I don't remember too much from before I was a little girl. There's some things I can never forget. The taste of baked muffins for breakfast every morning, how soft and warm my blanket was when I made a fort in the house, and the way the sunlight felt on my face when I ran outside. But there's so many other things that I have forgotten. Things I never thought I would forget. I forgot who my parents were. I remember I had them, but not their names, nor even what they looked like. I remember my father picking me up to show me the fireflies at night, and I remember how the bright bugs crawled along my hand and how they made my hand tickle, but I don't remember my father's face, even though it was inches away from mine. Did he have a beard? Was he clean shaven? Did he have hair like mine? Did he have different hair? Did he even have hair? Sometimes in my dreams I think I can remember, but when I wake up, I can no longer remember. In place of those memories, my thoughts feel like they are cotton wrapped in barbed wire, so sharp but also so weak and soft. I cry when I try to think about my father. I don't think about him often. I know he taught me so much, and I remember what he taught me. I remember learning about fire and how to always respect it, but to never fear it. I remember him teaching me about weapons, and him telling me that every time I hurt myself with it, it was an important lesson. I don't know how old I was, but I think I was too young. When I think about my mother, I don't grow sad. I grow angry. Where I cannot remember any of my father's kind words, I know that they were kind. And so many of my mother's words, though I can't remember what her voice sounds like, I remember how much her words cut. There were fights and arguments. I remember her yelling at me when I was covered in dirt. Maybe I was playing outside when I wasn't supposed to, or I got dirty when I wasn't supposed to. But in the end, that didn't matter. What does matter is I remember looking down at the tile. I remember seeing the stars in those dark blue tiles. It was like the night sky with all those stars, and I could hear my mother calling me irresponsible and disgraceful, and I remember in a soft and quiet voice I said, "I love you, Mom." And she didn't even stop her rant. So I said it again with tears in my eyes. "I love you, Mom." Only now she paused her tirade to answer. "Well, I'm sorry. I don't love you right now." I know she continued, but I don't remember what else she said. She cut me with a knife, and she didn't even notice what she did. I remember crying in my bed, and I remember my stomach growling for the rest of the day. She must have sent me to bed without supper, and there were so many other times. I remembered her screaming, but I don't remember why she was screaming or what was so important she felt she had to yell. I only remembered shaking whenever she raised her voice. I remembered shaking almost every day. There were happy moments and memories with her. I knew that there had to be happiness with her too. I can't remember any, but it had to be there, somewhere. It couldn't all be pain and screaming. Surely there were moments I made her proud, moments where she loved me, moments that reminded me that she loved me. I just don't remember any of them. That's what I tell myself, and I hope it isn't a lie. I remember growing older, but I don't know how old I was. I remember a girl who came to visit almost every day when I was older. A girl with beautiful golden eyes, a warm hug, and a soothing singing voice. I don't know who this girl was, and I don't think I ever knew. Maybe she was a neighbor or a distant relative, or maybe she just showed up one day and then she was now a part of the family. I remember her arriving, but never leaving. I do remember her name, Aurora. My mother adored Aurora so much. She never raised her voice at Aurora, and when Aurora was in the room, my mother would never raise her voice at me. She would still get angry, but she would never yell at me when Aurora was next to me. When I asked Mother why she was so nice to Aurora, she told me something that broke my heart, even though I don't think she noticed. Aurora is important. Again, I don't think she meant to say anything so hurtful, but it still stung. But even as my mother adored Aurora, my father never seemed to notice that she was there. He would take me with him to see the singing roses and walk down the winding paths that never turned. We would still spend time together, and I thought that things were going to be better, and for a while it looked like it was. But one day, when my father took me home after a long day out, I don't remember what we did. We did something, and I was pretty sure it was fun. He was carrying me in his arms, and I was half asleep. I just laid in his arms, listening to his heartbeat. I hadn't seen Aurora all day, but when my father opened the door and saw what was inside, at the time I thought my mom was just sick. After all, she laid on the floor, she was asleep, and there was vomit all along the floor. As I got older, the details I skipped over became more important. The ruined birthday cake that said "Happy Birthday, Ava," the empty bottles of wine, the smashed presents, the cracked television screen showing static, and Aurora sitting in the corner, playing with the toys that were in the smashed presents. My father had planned a birthday surprise for me, and he trusted my mother to set it up while he took me out, only for him to come home to see that she drank herself into unconsciousness. He took me to bed, even though it wasn't bedtime, and he tucked me in while he went downstairs to clean it up and maybe have a talk with my mother. Father never got angry at anyone, not even when people hurt him or even when they hurt me. But I remember feeling scared he would get angry this time. While I pretended to sleep, I heard the door creak open and I peeked through my eyelids to see it was Aurora standing there. Aurora never slept and she never had a bedtime, so she usually kept me company while I slept. Sometimes she would lay next to me, keeping me warm when it was cold. Sometimes she would read stories to me, stories I never heard of anywhere else. And sometimes she would hang on to the ceiling and watch me all night with her unblinking golden eyes. But something felt different this time. Aurora wasn't always the nicest to me, but tonight she was mean in a way I didn't know she could be mean. Oh, little Ava, I had a great day today. You know what we did? I closed my eyes and turned away to keep from noticing what she was talking about. She only giggled like I was being silly, and she kept walking. She got close, and I could feel her run her fingers on my blanket like they were spider legs. Even as a young child, that didn't feel right. She had far too many fingers, and it felt like she was everywhere on my blanket as she whispered in my ear, "We had your cake. She gave me all of your presents, and she drank and drank and drank. She was so happy that you were gone. You know what she told me? She asked, and I pulled up my blanket over my head. But I could still feel her breath in my ear, and she kept speaking, even when I pressed my fingers in my ear, trying to ignore what she said. She told me that she wished I was her mother. She told me that she was tired of you and that she never even wanted to be a mom. She told me she was going to get rid of you. She broke every gift for you just so that you don't have it. She didn't return it. She didn't throw them away. She didn't take them for herself, even if it was something she really wanted. She broke them all and left them for you to see, which is a lot like you. You're a broken gift she can never give back, never give away, and never throw away because you're too broken to even be trash. She wakes up every day and she sees a broken child that only drags her down. How long until both her and her husband finally get rid of you? My parents would never get rid of me. They both love me very much, I said, finally responding to Aurora, who only chuckled, and her voice dropped, and her breath chilled me even through the blanket. Well, your mom doesn't love you right now, and your dad loves your mom too. He loves her so much that he still chooses to stay with her. Right now, he's cleaning up after her, and he's still not angry because he loves her too much. What happens when your mother tells him if he loved her, he would get rid of you? Do you think he loves you more than he loves her? Aurora asked, and I removed my blanket to look at her. Instead, I saw a boy in the corner of the room. He had the same face as Aurora, same golden eyes, same pale skin, and even the same half smile, but his long hair was parted differently, and even across from the room, I could hear his whispering as clearly as if he was whispering in my ear. Well, I know what deal I made with your mother. When she wakes up, you will be gone from her life, never to return. But I never told her how I would honor that deal. So, intrigued, I now offer you a chance and a choice. If you leave before she wakes up, you will have a new family, a mother and father who both love you, even if they don't understand you. What form that love will take, well, I cannot say because I do not know. But I do know that a deal maker always honors their deals. Do we have a deal? Will you leave before she wakes up? He asked me as he extended his hand through the darkness to just in front of me. I don't know how he extended his arm so far, but I refused to take it. I'm not leaving. My dad loves me and I'm staying. I told him and I turned around facing the wall. The cold faded from the room and Aurora's voice returned. I don't know where the boy went, but I heard Aurora's soft voice speak. Brave girl, foolish and yet so brave. I am a lot of things, little girl, but I am no killer. But I am also not someone who breaks deals. That honor belongs to someone else. Your mother's deal will be honored. Her daughter will be gone before she wakes. So, until you leave, your mother will never awaken, Aurora said as I laid in bed. I didn't believe her. even though her words haunted me for most of the night. But eventually, I did manage to fall asleep. The next day, Aurora waited downstairs at the kitchen table. She didn't address me, but she did glance my way when she thought I wasn't looking. But unlike many other mornings, there were no muffins. Eventually, my father came to the kitchen and he told me that Mother was just sick and she was going to be resting for the day. I looked towards Aurora, who smirked and kept drawing in her own personal notebook. That morning, my father taught me how to make muffins. He helped me measure the flour, the berries, sugar, and butter. He had me stir it, and I remember how joyful I was to use the whisk for the first time instead of a fork. And I remember how the midday sun shone through the glass ceiling and how it reflected from the polished marble whisk. Moments like that frustrate me to no end. I remember the taste of the batter. I remember the fact that every bowl, plate, and utensil were made out of polished marble that never chipped and never corrupted. I even remember the way the sunlight shone through the thin marble in an almost magical way, a form of light I have yet to see anywhere on earth. But just past that whisk is my father's face. But no matter what I try to remember, I never can focus my eyes past the whisk and see my father's face. I was too fascinated by everything else. When the muffins were done, the smell filled our house. When the muffins were taken out, my father put one on a plate to cool for me, and he took two muffins on the plate back to his and Mom's room. When he left, Aurora stopped writing in her notebook and stalked over to where I sat, staring at my muffin. She picked the hot muffin up in her hands and she looked it over without flinching from the heat. Have you thought about my deal at all? Or does your mother still need more sleep? She asked without even looking my way. She stared at my muffin like it was the most fascinating thing in the entire world. She slowly twisted it like she was admiring it. I'm not leaving. My dad still loves me. You can wake her up whenever you want. I told Aurora, only for Aurora to finally make eye contact with me. Her eyes were bloodshot and puffy. Tears were still falling from her eyes as she faced me. Even as I watched tears fall in onto the table, her voice didn't shake, even though it looked like she should be shaking. No, I cannot wake her whenever I want. The only time I can wake her up is when you leave your family forever. The only way to wake her up without you leaving, well, the one you'd have to deal with is a lot less fair than I am. But even if she's more equitable, you'll be in the same place you were before your mother slept. We'll all be together as a family. I told her proud, and Aurora sighed before she peeled the muffin's wrap off as she started to bite into my muffin. Ava Eventide, you may all be together, but I can promise you that you won't be a family together. Your family hasn't been a family since the day you were born. Even if you want to seek out the deal breaker, and you are welcome to. But trust me, sister, that price will be so much higher than what I am asking, she said with a finish, leaving the muffin wrapper on my plate as she sighed and she looked away. You don't know how much this hurts me. Some people get to their best potential with gentle warmth and care, but others get that way with the heat of the furnace and the swing of the hammer. You're refusing to yield from the warmth and the first strike of the hammer, but that doesn't make either stop. It only makes the furnace hotter and the next swing so much harder. This was the only kind path, Aurora finished. I never got a chance to ask her what that meant because my father returned, and he saw the empty wrapper on my plate. And even though Aurora was sitting there on the table, my father still ignored her. "Oh, you already ate, that's good," my father said as he took my plate from me. I tried to speak up, to tell him Aurora ate the muffin, to tell him that I was still hungry, or even that I wanted another muffin. But for some reason, whenever I tried to tell him, the words wouldn't come out. It continued like that for a long time. Father would take Mother's meals to their room, and I would eat out on the table, alone, with Aurora. Every time we were alone, she would take food from my plate and eat it for herself. Usually she would eat everything on my plate before I had a chance to respond. Sometimes I would get a bite or two before she took everything else. I tried fighting her or protecting my food with my arms and head, but she was so much stronger. She wouldn't even react to me punching her face or grabbing her arm. And when my father returned, he would take my plate away, and I could never tell him that I was still hungry. The words never came out. So I learned to sneak food between meals. But I had to be careful because Aurora would take the food away from me if she saw me with it. She was very good at taking food. One time I thought I was alone in the kitchen, so I grabbed an apple, and before I had a chance to bite into it, she already took the apple out of my hand. She was on the ceiling, hanging upside down, somehow, and I still don't know why she climbed on the ceiling sometimes. She wouldn't take food at any other time, just whatever food I was trying to eat. I tried setting a plate out for her, but she would ignore it and only take my food. And when I tried eating her cold food, she would then turn her attention to the second plate. The few times I went out with my father, she would join us in the walking, and he would never notice her nor comment on her actions. But when we stopped to eat, she would wait for him to step away to talk to someone else, or sometimes when he so much as turned away, she would steal my food. So I had to learn to eat quickly in public, and when I managed to sneak food by her, I was to eat that quickly too. And I had to eat a lot of it because I never knew when I was going to be able to eat again. And this entire time, Mother never got any better. Father never let me see her. I remember thinking that Father looked sicker and sicker as time went on. We went out less and less, and people often came to check on our mother. Healers, priests, magicians, scientists, and even the elusive village barber all visited her, trying to see what was wrong with her. But no one would discover anything. As far as anyone could tell, she was just sleeping, and she could wake up at any time. "Why do you let your mother suffer?" Aurora asked one night from underneath my bed. Her head and most of her body was underneath my bed, but her hands extended out from underneath to hold me down against the bed. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe, but I could still talk to her. without my voice. While she held me down, her friends visited in my room. They sat in the dark corners of the room. I saw them smile at me from the darkness. Things that had eyes that glowed brighter than a cat. Things that smiled whiter than a crocodile. And things that had more teeth than a snail. Horrible things that stared at me in the darkness, waiting for my door to close just a little bit more and remove that last bit of light that was protecting me from their hungry maws. I could tell that they were hungry. Even eons before I was born, they were hungry. These things were waiting to taste me, and they would have the patience to wait eons more, but they would eat me eventually. I'm not letting my mother suffer. I'm not the one who purred her to sleep, and I'm not the one who made a deal with you. I'm not going to leave my home, no matter what you do to make it uncomfortable. My father loves me, and this is my home, I told Aurora, who still hid underneath my bed. Aurora didn't answer, not with words at least. One of her arms stopped holding me and reached across my room to the door that was open, just a crack. It was over 5 meters away, and still her arm extended that far, as she grabbed the door handle and pulled it shut. The last bit of light fell away from my face, and I felt my pulse quicken as Aurora's arm joined its twin in pressing down my chest. I could barely breathe, and even when I tried to scream, nothing came out. No sound, no scream, just a loss of precious breath as I tried to scream for help. I tried many times that night to scream, but it didn't help. It only made things worse. The creatures of the darkness swarmed around my bed in the corner of my half-closed eyes. I could see them fight each other, slither over one another, and even try to climb onto my bed, but none of them were quite able to reach it. It was like my bed was a lone boat on a sea of monsters. I could feel swaying and scurrying just underneath my mattress, and I could see, just beyond the foot of my bed, the waves of the monsters rising and falling, like I was at sea, but still I couldn't move from underneath Aurora's grasp. But underneath the chittering, the scurrying, and the skittering, I could hear something else. Coming from underneath my bed, beneath the noises of the creepy crawly critters, was sobbing. Quiet sobbing, for sure, but sobbing I could still hear. Aurora was sobbing underneath my bed, but I didn't know why. She was getting exactly what she wanted. She was torturing me. Wasn't that the point of everything she was doing? It had to be another part of the torture. Maybe she was trying to convince me to cry also. I resolved that night not to give her the satisfaction. I don't know when the creatures disappeared and when Aurora stopped holding me down, but when I woke up in the morning, they were gone. Ecstatic to be free, I ran downstairs to tell my father, only to see Aurora sitting at the table. I saw that my father left a note for me and a plate full of muffins, or I should say a plate that was full of muffins. It only had empty wrappers, and Aurora held the note in her hand, and when she saw me, she smirked as she read the note. Dear Ava, I am sorry, but I'm taking your mother to the City of Sleep to see if they can do anything to awaken her. I should be back in 2 or 3 days. I love you, and I hope these muffins help tide you over. Aurora read out loud to me. Well, looks like he really does love her more than you. He left you behind, and she gets to be with him. But sadly, the City of Sleep isn't going to be able to help her. You know the only way to help her, she told me, and I turned away, keeping my tears inside as I refused to give her the dignity of being right. I had no way of calling for father, and we didn't have any neighbors. The only friend I had was Aurora, and she wasn't the friendliest friend in the world. But as bad as it was with father in the house, being alone with Aurora made everything so much worse. When she wasn't eating my food during meal times or holding me down as I slept in an ocean of Mara, she was messing up the house. She would read books and then discard them onto the floor, leaving them for me to pick up. She would take clothes off the hangers and leave them on the floor before walking all over them. Not just my clothes, but my parents' too. So I had to wash them all myself and hang them up, only for her to mess them up again. The worst was on the third day, before the evening came, a storm came through. Normally, I love the rain, the noise it makes, and the water falling from the sky. It was the perfect time to go play in the garden, but with Aurora, I realized how much of a mess mud really made. She skipped through the mud puddles in bare feet, and she would rip up plants in the garden sitting in the soft dirt. She had everything she needed, and she was making things bad. She would run through the mud and then come back into the house, tracking it everywhere. She would then take my clothes to clean the mud off her before going out to do it all over again. I still couldn't make her stop. I tried locking the door, and the door still opened for her. I tried fighting her, and she wouldn't even notice that I was trying to hurt her. I tried begging to her, but she just stepped around me, oblivious to what I wanted to do, as she went on with her muddy games. The only thing I could do was try to clean up after her. It rained for hours, and no matter how much I cleaned or how many loads of laundry I ran, it only seemed to be making way for more dirt. When the storm finally stopped, it was past midnight. My hands were red and raw, and I finally put in the final load of clothes into the dryer. I finally scrubbed up the last bit of mud from the floor when I saw Aurora sitting on the couch, reading from one of Father's books in the fireplace's light without a single care in the world. Why are you doing this? I asked her in tears, and she only chuckled. You're welcome to leave at any time. You don't have to clean up after me either. You could just leave a mess for him when he gets home. I won't do that. I love my father and I want him to come home to a clean house, I told Aurora, and she shrugged. If you say so. That night I slept deep, even with all the Mara swarming and Aurora holding me down. The next morning, father finally came home. I hadn't seen my mother in months, but when I saw her with my father, I realized how badly things had gotten. She sat in a wheelchair. Her arms and legs were all shriveled up, and through her pale skin I could see her veins. Her feet were pointing straight down, and her eyes were still closed. Even as father wheeled her back to bed and she moved, she didn't stir. After he laid her back in bed, he spoke to me. They couldn't do anything. I I don't know what to do, he said with his head in his hands, and I saw just how sad my father was. This problem was one he couldn't fix, and he loved her so much. At that moment, I didn't think about how much my mother hated me. I only thought about how much I loved my father. I ran up to him to hug him, and he hugged me back with a single arm. I'm tired, sweetie. I'm going to bed early. I'll see you in the morning, he said. All I could do was try not to cry. I love you, Daddy, I said, and he responded, I love you too, he said as I left his room. The sun was still up when father fell asleep, and Aurora stood in my doorway while I packed my bag with clothes. She still didn't let me grab food, but she waited for me to pack. Now, if you're going to do this right, you will head to the crossroads down the lane and choose the correct path. If you can do that, you'll find a loving family for you at the end of the road. And your mother will wake up. You're doing the best thing here, Aurora reassured me. Why? Why does it feel like the wrong thing to do? I asked her. I didn't say it was the right thing, just the best thing. What are the alternatives here? You stay here and she never wakes up and your father takes care of her forever? Or you die and she wakes up? Or you kill her and get taken away? At least this way, you both get to live, Aurora told me as I grabbed my bag and I made my way outside. I had been down the lane many times, but this was the first time it felt cold, even though it was a summer day. The world felt so sad as I made my way to the crossroads to make my decision, hoping I chose the right way. That day, after Aurora left, a woman woke up from a very long sleep. Even though her muscles were weak and she was in pain, she still smiled. Her house was quiet and her husband was lying next to her, asleep. She knew that the deal was made and now she was finally childless and she could live a perfect life again. But she saw, in the corner of her room, a familiar golden-eyed girl, one who sat and stared at the woman, a girl that the woman's husband could never see. Lonely Lane only led to my mom's house, hence the name The Lonely Lane. We didn't have any neighbors, and now that I think about it, I never met any neighbors. At that point in my life, the only people I had seen were in my parents' house. When people came to visit my mother, father had me hide in my room, and when we went out, we never saw anyone else. Father would have me sit outside where no one could see me, and he would bring things out to me. I could go outside to the garden in the back, but I wasn't allowed to ever go down the lonely lane by myself. Father always said it was dangerous, but I didn't understand why he said it was dangerous. It was a dirt lane that long since dried from the storm last night. On both sides of the road was a wooden fence that separated the lane from the forever flowers. Very tall flowers that towered like sunflowers, but the petals were red like roses, and just like their smaller cousins, they were covered in thorns all along the stem, sharp thorns that were said to be filled with a dangerous venom. However, the flowers also never wilted and never stopped flowering, hence the forever part of their name. They were also supposed to have a medicinal property in their venom, but still they weren't anything I wanted to touch. So I walked down the middle of the lonely lane while I tried to make my way to the crossroads. The lonely lane was a bit tricky. It wasn't always the same length every day. It liked to play tricks, and sometimes it would try to trick you to going into the forever flower fields, or somewhere where you didn't want to go. I didn't know why, but a lot of places were like that in Lockhart. As I walked down the lane with the crossroads not even in sight, I saw that there was an opening in the wooden fence, and through it I could see an opening through the forever flowers, a very thin path through the flowers that I could carefully walk through without touching the flowers. I was about to walk past it without a second thought when a familiar voice called out from the path, Ava? I'm sorry, Ava. Please come here. I'll take you home. It was my mother's voice in the field. Ava, I talked to Aurora. She said you can come back if you come and get me, she called out as I went closer and closer to the hole in the fence. When I paused, something wasn't right about this. It sounded like my mother, but the question remained, why would she be out in the forever flower fields if she was trying to run after me? Could she even run after me in the condition she was in? So I called out into the flowers. How did you get stuck in the forever flower field? I called out, only for her to respond without hesitation. I thought you were here. Can you help me out of here? Once then we can go home and eat pancakes, she said, before I decided to try something else. Mom, what's my true name? I asked her, and that caused a hesitation. Our family had many names. There was a name that I called day to day, but my true name is an incredibly secret. It wasn't chosen by my mother nor my father. It was a name that I chose, and I shared only with people I loved. I shared it with my mom and dad. A name that was never spoken publicly, but on Lockhart, having a name that was yours only, that you never shared, made it a lot less likely to be stolen. It is said even the black moon doesn't know your true name. So, if something was trying to trick me into the forever flowers, it wouldn't know my true name. Imagine my shock when my mother called out my true name. It gripped my heart, and it felt like the world was spinning around me. The forever flowers weren't trying to trick me. My mother was indeed in the forever flower field, by herself. I can't move, Ava. Please help me out of the forever flowers. If you can't help me, I won't ever leave, she pleaded with me as I took another step forward. It did look like I could see her just beyond the corner, But as I took another step forward, something in my heart cooled my steps. Why was I going to help her? She said that she no longer wanted to see me. If she no longer wanted to see me, then she could have her wish. But I must have been quiet long enough, because she called out again. Ava, please. I can't move myself, and I don't want to get cut by the thorns. She wailed, and I finally answered. You said you no longer wanted to see me anymore. All I am doing is exactly what you said. I called back as I turned around, and her wailing turned to sobbing. I can't see anymore. I can't see anything anymore. Aurora took my eyes after you left and she dumped me here. She told me if you didn't take me out of the field, I'd have to find my own way out. But if I even touch a single thorn, I'll die. Please, Ava, I don't want to die. 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 She sobbed as she finally broke down. Knowing all of that didn't make me more sympathetic towards her. It only hardened my heart. She didn't even consider how Aurora was going to get rid of me. She was perfectly happy for me to die, as long as it meant I was no longer bothering her. But now she needed something from me, so now I had to save her. She didn't care about me. She only cared that she was in danger. Please, Ava, I love you, she cried out, and that finally broke the scales. I knew my choice, and I knew it was the right one with all of my heart. She was a terrible person, the worst person I knew in my life, even though I only knew my mother, father, and Aurora. But I was going to be a better person than her. All I had to do was give her exactly what she wanted. Well, I just don't love you right now, I called back as I turned away and continued down the lonely lane. I heard one last response from the field of flowers. What the fuck does that even mean? My mother called for the last time, as I quietly made my way down the lonely lane. Even after all of that, with her life on the line, and with me leaving her for the final time, she still didn't remember what she said to me. That hurt me deeply as I walked down the dirt lane. Those words hurt me so much that I still remember those words, even as I forget the person who said them. But in her final moments of life, she can't remember them. It was just another day for her. That anger filled my body like a warm wave that caused all of my muscles to tense as I traveled down the road. When I finally cooled enough to look around me, I noticed the world seemed a bit different somehow. I wasn't quite sure what it was. Maybe it was the forever flowers wilting around the edges of the fence. Maybe it was the fact the sky was a more dull blue. Or maybe the day was just darker in general, even though the sun still stood in the middle of the sky, like it always was during the day. But still, I didn't think about it long as I continued my walk towards the crossroads. The crossroads of the lonely lane met with four other roads. In the middle of these 5 roads was a tall signpost that pointed down all the paths. The sign pointing back where I came from said it was the Lonely Lane. The road in front of me was called the Witch Way. I knew it eventually led to Astoria and the witches. Though the witches fascinated young me, I didn't think they would be very good mothers. For every story I heard of a witch helping a young girl finding her way home, there were 5 stories of the witches eating young girls as a snack. It was tempting to go down the witch way. I could see many berry bushes I knew were delicious, and treats hanging from trees with ribbons. I knew it was made to tempt people to go down the path and eventually reach the realm of the witches. They made their path look as appealing as possible to hide how dangerous it was. I remember all those stories from my father. People who seemed nice were always the most dangerous people in the world. So, if I was on a crossroads, the least appealing path was obviously going to be the safest path to take. To the right of the Witch Way and to my right was the path that led to the City of Sleep. The path was dark and more like a tunnel through the thickest part of the forest, full of brambles and thorns. Not venomous like forever flowers, but it still looked dangerous. I didn't know anything about the City of Sleep, so I checked the other roads. The path forward was labeled as Rocky Road. I don't get it. Why was it called that when the road looked smooth as all the other roads? Maybe it led to a place with a bunch of rocks? Father never told me anything about the Rocky Road. Then to my left was the final road. The road to my left was the most mysterious. It was black with yellow lines dotting the center, and unlike all of the others, it looked like no one ever walked down that road. The sign pointing down it was covered with whitewash, and sloppy words were painted over it. No return. Do not go. I glanced down that way, and then I compared it to the path to the City of Sleep, while I tried to figure out which way was the least appealing, and therefore the safest place to go. I sat down while I considered it, and I waited long enough that something curious occurred. From just underneath the sign, a rabbit dug her way out from underneath the sign. This rabbit had clean white fur that didn't even have a single crumb of dirt on her shining fur. Around her neck was a long purple ribbon that followed behind her and made sure that my eyes watched her approach. The rabbit saw me nearby, so she approached me, getting closer and closer, and when she was close enough for me to pet, before she flopped onto her side, her belly facing me. I reached out to pet her, and as I pet her, I could hear the rabbit speak. "Are you having a hard time deciding where to go?" the rabbit asked, and I nodded before I responded. "I am. I was promised that if I could choose the right way on the crossroads, I would find a family that loved me, even if they didn't always understand me," I told the rabbit, who opened a wild blue eye to stare at me as I gently pet her side and back. "I see. And you don't know which way is the right way? Maybe you need help with your right and left?" she asked, and I giggled. "Not that kind of right. Right as in correct." Which way is the correct way to go on a crossroads? I asked her, and the rabbit let out a sigh. When on a crossroads, the right way is always right where you are standing. But since you can be standing anywhere on the crossroads, the right way may be completely different way, depending on when you get there. Right now, the way to your right leads to the city of sleep, the rabbit said, and I turned to face it. It was indeed dark, but some sunlight was getting through, so I could guide myself through it if I needed to. However, it still looked dark and dangerous. Is it dangerous in the city of sleep? I asked the rabbit. It's as dangerous as sleeping, she said cryptically, but I took it to mean that it was safe in the city. What can you tell me about the city of sleep? I asked the rabbit, who continued to stare at me with her wild blue eye. I can tell you a story about the prince who rules the city of sleep, and once you hear it, you can decide if you want to go there or if you do not want to go there. Is this a true story? I asked the rabbit, who clicked her tongue. It has more truth than your own story, Ava, the rabbit said as I kept petting her. After a moment of me petting her, she finally started telling her story. When the city of sleep was founded, it was founded by a distant sibling of Adansi, the Marquess of Madness. The prince asked for power from Adansi, and she refused unless he agreed that he would only have power for as long as he had his people's loyalty. The fool agreed. Now the prince had a city where his power is absolute. The sun and moon rise at his command. He can make food fill every plate, or he could empty every stomach. The seas would rise and fall at his command, and he became one of the most powerful princes of Lockhart. However, with his great power came a far greater weakness that went along with it, one that the wise never would have taken. Everywhere the prince goes, he has a noose around his neck. The noose cannot be removed by his power nor his command, so it never leaves his neck. And if even one of his subjects who swears loyalty to him wishes it, then the noose will tighten and the prince will hang until dead. No other form of death will take him, so he has spent millennia with the noose around his neck. When he made his deal with Adansi, he saw himself as a god to his people, who would follow him loyal, like dogs. But instead he found himself collared with the noose, and now vulnerable to the will of the people. Instead of being the one who speaks and others listen, he has become the one who is silent and the one who listens. He is now what all great leaders should aspire to be, the serf and servant to his people, not the prince and patriarch. But there is a way to free him from his curse. If any of his citizens so wishes, they can take any knife to his noose and cut it free. Cutting the noose free will mean that he can never be harmed by anyone's command, and he will be free to do what he wishes as much as he wishes. Though even after these 77 millennia, none have chosen to free him, nor have they chosen to hang him. Such is the Ouroboros of Adansi's noose. If the citizens let their king go, they will have no power over him, and he would have no obligation to listen to them. After 77 millennia of obeying their every command and granting every wish, has he become the kind of person who is kind without a second thought, with no anger left in him? Or is he someone who spent 77 millennia with hatred and anger fermenting, festering, and fuming, who's just gotten good at disguising his anger? Since you cannot truly know, there is always danger in letting him go. Whether he is a kind, cruel, calm, callous, or curious king, the danger is so great that letting go of the only way to keep him in check is nearly guaranteed to cause harm to others. Even if he is a calm, kind, and careful king in your own lifetime, what is to keep him from turning on others in the future? He cannot be killed by any means except by the noose. In the face of eternity, can you truly trust any one man to be kind forever, for everyone, for every situation? The rabbit's words echoed inside of me for a moment before I asked my question. If it is inevitable that he will turn evil someday, then why does he still live? Wouldn't killing him before he escapes be better for everyone else? The rabbit chuckled like I figured out the answer to a complicated riddle. Why indeed? Well, the why is quite simple. If the prince dies, so does all of his power. The prince can do anything within the limits of the City of Sleep. When he dies, so does all of his power with him. Everyone in the city is dependent on the prince's power in some way or another. They don't want to let it go, so they let him live as long as he gives them what he wants. So sometimes they give him what he wants too, so that he keeps living and he continues to be the prince of the City of Sleep. Such situations tend to be complicated, though. How much is too much to ask before the prince would rather accept death than to provide it? How loose are they going to let your leash when you give them everything they ask for? It all comes down to politics. The answer to those questions may change day to day or even second to second. But for now, the prince keeps wanting to live, and the people don't want to kill their only source of golden eggs. I processed the metaphor before I asked my next question. Why do you sometimes call him king and sometimes call him a prince? While he wears the noose, he is still a prince. When he loosens the noose, he is a king, the rabbit explained as I looked down the path to the City of Sleep. It looked a bit more inviting now that I knew what it meant. Would the prince be able to help me find a family? I asked the rabbit. The prince of the gallows is powerful within his cities. Maybe he can help you find a family. But would you accept it? The rabbit asked as I nodded. I would, I told the rabbit, as I got ready to head down the path to the City of Sleep. As I stood up, dusting off my clothes, the rabbit chirped and I looked down as she stood on her hind legs and started cleaning her face. I have a gift for you, Ava Eventide. For showing such kindness to a rabbit, I have something in my burrow for you. All you need to do is reach inside and take it, the rabbit said, and I felt a chill run up my spine. Something was wrong with what the rabbit said. It didn't feel like it was an offer. It felt a lot more like a challenge. Is there a catch? I asked, and in the rabbit's blue eyes I saw more of the wildness from earlier. But where that was a spark of madness, this was a full inferno of insanity. My burrow has something good, the best thing you can possibly imagine. Something that would make even the most amiable of angels envious. However, I have the same amount of good things as I have bad things. Something so bad that even the darkest of devils would despise it. But, like I said, they exist in equal quantities with each other. How can I tell the difference between a good item and a bad item? I asked the rabbit, only for her to chuckle. It depends on what you take, the rabbit said as I glanced down her burrow, and then I glanced down the path to the city of sleep. I could just walk away, but still the idea of a gift that could be good was enticing. There was a good chance it would be good, or it could be bad. But at the crossroads with only a backpack full of clothes and nothing else, I decided to take the risk. I laid down on my stomach and I reached deep into the rabbit's burrow. At first, all I could feel was soft soil and roots. But as I dug deeper and deeper, I could feel something metallic and cold. But it was just out of my reach. So I put more and more of my arm into the burrow until I was shoulder deep and I could finally grab it. It was small, round, cold, and definitely metal. I grabbed it and pulled it, but as I pulled, it felt like it was stuck on something. Even as I pulled and pulled, it didn't budge until I finally heard a snap underground and it came loose and I fell over backwards. Now free, I could see what I held. It looked a lot like a pocket watch that was closed. The metal was somewhere between gold and brass with a chain of silver. I pressed the button on top and it showed me what was underneath. The face of the watch had all of the numbers of a typical watch, with a single colorful stone at each number. Also set in the face were three different numbers, similar to a calendar dial. However, I couldn't tell the date. That looks like they could be adjusted with the dials on top of the watch. The number to the left of the dial was a simple two-digit 01, and the number to the right was 27. The number on the bottom was simply a 0. I continued to stare at the watch's face while trying to figure out what it was saying when I heard the rabbit clear her throat. Well, I see you got the Rethin device. A powerful device if you can use it correctly, but also a great curse if used incorrectly. When you use its power, pay attention to the time limit you have. If you return to normal before you use it up, its power will pay no price. If you let it run out, though, your new normal will be a little different, the rabbit said before scampering back into her burrow. disappearing from view completely. "Thank you, Rabbit," I called out to her, only for her to stick her head out for a moment. "You may call me Adansi," she said before pulling some of the green grass from near her burrow to cover the front of the entrance. Now her burrow was hidden from view. It was odd that the white rabbit was called Adansi, too. Everyone in Lockhart knew the story of Adansi, the Marquess of Madness. A very long time ago, in a place very different from Lockhart, a young girl created an imaginary world where she could play and be safe. But something happened in her world. What exactly it was, no one truly knew. Some said it was a calamity from the sky. Some said the ground opened up, and others said that the seas boiled and the sky froze. What was known was that people were dying, so Adansi brought people into her imaginary world. That world became known as Lockhart, where we all lived. Though all of the original survivors of the calamity had long since passed on, leaving the world full of their descendants, Adansi remained a young girl, wandering through her imaginary world while we were all living in it. So it was rather odd to hear of a rabbit that had the same name as the Marquess of Madness. I began to make my way down the road to the City of Sleep. The trail was tight even for a small child like myself. I had to step very carefully, not to let any of the brambles or branches grab at my clothes. In the darkness of the woods, I could hear things move where I couldn't see them. I kept going as I ignored the breathing and panting as it got closer and closer. After what felt like an hour of walking, I could see a red light at the end of the tunnel in the brambles. I made my way forward just in time for something to step in my way. There was a large wolf that stepped on the path. I had seen dogs before in books, and I had seen wolves in books too, so I figured they were pretty much the same. When I saw the wolf, I realized that there was a lot of differences. The wolf in front of me towered over me. The teeth were so large that the wolf couldn't close its mouth. The gray fur revealed the scars of many battles, and the eyes were the same wild blue as the rabbit's eyes. The wolf stared at me for a moment before it opened its jaws and then it spoke. "Where are your parents?" the wolf asked in an oddly warm voice. A voice I wasn't expecting to hear from a predator. The voice of my father. "I am expecting them in the City of Sleep," I lied to the wolf. I didn't want to tell the large canine that my parents sent me out of the house. Then the wolf would have no reason to eat me if people were expecting me. The wolf didn't seem to believe me as it laid down on its stomach, looking at me. "In the City of Sleep, and they let you wander these woods all alone. You know, wolves live in these woods. Wolves that eat lying children," the wolf said, pulling back his lips in a wide smile that looked hungry. "Please let me pass, or else what happens will be your responsibility," I told the wolf with my knees weak as my right hand slipped into my pocket with the Rethan device. as I hurriedly pressed the buttons, hoping that it would do something, anything to help protect me. I remembered the line from one of my fairy tales about a talking wolf. Supposedly you had to say it to get past the wolf, otherwise he would eat you. Unfortunately, this gray wolf didn't seem the least bit fazed by my words. He didn't even care enough to acknowledge it. When the wolf leapt towards me, he didn't even growl. I expected him to growl before he pounced. I didn't learn until much later that predators don't growl at prey. That gives prey extra time to get away. They only growl if they want you to back off. As the wolf leapt towards me, time seemed to slow, as I took the Rethin device out of my pocket and I pressed the button on top of the watch. As I pressed it, something changed. It was like trying to hold the wind in your hand, but it was flowing through my entire body. I watched as time slowed and the world closed in around me. The brambles and branches squeezed in, but they didn't even cut my skin. The wolf went from a towering monster to barely a puppy, as the wolf tried to bite through my hand, but it couldn't even break the skin. And now I could see worry in the wolf's wild blue eyes. I was now towering at 12 meters tall, and the little wolf was barely a toy to me. I grabbed the wolf and I pulled it off my skin as it whimpered in my hand. I told you, you should have listened, I told the wolf as I tossed it aside, only to see it scamper off into the woods. Once I was sure it was gone, I looked at the Rethin device while I tinkered with its buttons. Now the clock face read that I had less than 30 minutes as it ticked down. The numbers on the left no longer read 1, but read 12, and the numbers on the right were both 0. After a few tries, I got my size back to normal, and then the watch was no longer counting down. It was back to telling the time. What a curious device. I needed to uncover more of its secrets. I put the Rethin device back into my pocket as I made my way towards the city of sleep. The woods around me were silent. Nothing followed me, and nothing wanted my attention. Far away, a woman sat crying on the ground. Unable to see anything, she called for help. For hours, and now her voice was hoarse. But still she called. She thought she had salvation in her daughter, but her little brat left her to die in the field of forever flowers. It wasn't her fault she didn't want to be a mom, but she figured her kid wouldn't leave her to die out here full of muscle atrophy and barely able to move. Can anyone help me? The woman asked, only to hear a familiar voice. Aurora, the child with golden eyes, who appeared on her porch. The deal maker. I can. Just crawl towards my voice, and I will bring you to safety, Aurora said, and the woman did crawl towards the familiar voice. She did not see that the voice did not belong to any person, but to a hungry wolf. The wolf didn't have to always be lucky to have a meal. It only had to be lucky once. When dawn came, a young girl lost a mother, and a husband lost a wife, but neither would ever know why. At the end of the tunnel was the city of sleep. I had seen cities in my books before. I heard of Dis, a city clouded with fog that had few people living in it. I heard of Isle City being constructed on a group of islands so that much of the city was on bridges. But none of the cities in the books prepared me for what sleep looked like. The trail connected with a bridge over a dark chasm. When I peered over the side, I nearly got vertigo. The chasm led down for what looked like an infinite distance. Beneath the bridge and beneath my feet was darkness. Darkness where I can see an inky void, a lot like the night sky, and far down below in the void I could see stars beneath my feet. Something in me saw the inky darkness below, with all the stars, and wondered what would happen if I slipped under the handrail and let myself fall into the void. Would I splash in the void? Would the darkness be like water or air? Would I fall faster and faster as the world shrank above me? Or would I gently float down, seeing the city grow from a bunch of starry lights into a single star, until I was floating among the distant stars beneath me? Or would I fall forever, never growing closer to the stars, left alone in the darkness and cold, as I gradually forgot the world where I came from, and the only thing I knew was the void, and my only remaining memories were darkness and fear. These thoughts all fluttered through my head until I became aware of the fact I was gripping the handrail so hard that my knuckles were white. I let go of the rail and let my blood flow return as I turned to see the rest of the city of sleep. Sleep was built into a massive ceiling of stone miles above us. Massive stone towers grew from the ceiling like massive stalactites. The tips of them touched walkways that connected to the buildings, and a massive network of bridges, paths, stairs, and ramps. The bridge I was on was the lowest structure in Sleep, and it ran down the middle of the city. Every 50 meters, a ramp and stairway connected the bridge to a walkway above. Much of the City of Sleep structures were built upside down, or seemingly upside down. I saw gardens that grew from the walls of most of the buildings. The fruits and vegetables dangled over the void and were being picked carefully from the windows of those who lived inside. I didn't understand how such a city could possibly function. Where does the rain come from? Does it also rain upside down in Sleep? Mesmerized by the lights above, I followed the bridge, figuring it would eventually bring me to the palace of the Prince of the Gallows. Most cities have their government near the middle. Even though the City of Sleep was built upside down didn't change that fact. Did it? I continued down the street as I saw the many people of the City of Sleep. They didn't get close to me, but they all seemed distracted and in a rush. No one ever spoke to anyone, nor made eye contact. They dressed in bright colors that contrasted the dark gray and black of sleep. Now my eyes had a chance to adjust. I realized the city was mostly blacks, grays, and reds. The lanterns were all red, which cast an eerie light, but the bright colors made it easy to see people in the darkness. But it made me stand out a lot more. My outfit was dull denim, which was covered in mud and dirt. So I was dull when everyone else was dressed in clean colors. Thankfully, no one noticed me, but that didn't mean I didn't stand out. I followed the road, trying not to look anyone else in the eyes. But as I continued, my stomach growled when I approached a cart full of kebabs of grilled apples. The apple slices were carefully placed on the stick that they were grilled on in an iron skillet. Heat would heat up the sugars in the apple to allow the sugar to caramelize, to make the outside of the apple sweeter. The apples would then be dipped in a mixture of caramel to give it a coating. The attendant continued to cut the apples from a basket next to them and cooked it on the iron skillet in front of them. They wore a green cloth mask and red sunglasses over their eyes, with an outfit of red and green squares that looked like it was haphazardly sewn together in a rough checkerboard pattern. Their knife was very large, and in the red light of the lantern, it made the knife look like the caramel was scarlet as blood. But my hunger was so much, I approached the apple attendant and I spoke. Hi, can I have an apple stick, please? I asked the attendant, who paused their endless task of cutting, slicing, braising, and dipping the apples to look at me. I couldn't see their eyes behind the glasses, but I felt like they were evaluating what I was asking before they nodded and they slammed their knife into the cutting board. Before grabbing a stick of apple slices for me, they gave it to me. I grabbed the stick and thanked the mysterious figure as I chewed into the apple slices. This story may seem odd if you aren't from Lockhart, but people don't charge for food in Lockhart. Food is plentiful, and has always been plentiful. Adansi always gave willingly to everyone who asked, and everyone else followed that example. The idea of giving something for food is anathema in Lockhart, not merely a taboo, but the idea simply would never occur to anyone. Even in the dark places like the City of Sleep, food and water is given freely. It is still rude to simply take food from someone else, though. Asking for it first was considered good manners. Most food attendants or cooks did it out of the joy of making food for others. Conversely, though, that also meant that whatever was made was what was available. If you didn't like what one attendant was serving, you either found another attendant or you made your own food. I never had a grilled apple before now, but I was hungry enough to try it. It was good, and when I finished, my hands stopped shaking and I could think clearer. I was walking for a long time, but I still hadn't found where the prince lived. I had to ask for help from someone. I took a deep breath and I approached a woman who was standing at the intersection. Even for the bright colors of sleep, she was very brightly colored. Her poofy dress reached the ground and it was all bright neon dots of pink, yellow, greens, and purples that glimmered in the red lantern light. Her face was painted in bright pink paint that dripped from her cheeks onto her dress, and in her arm was a small parasol of purple and white stripes that also glowed in the dim light as she eyed each person walking by. Unlike everyone else, she wasn't trying to avoid eye contact. She was making eye contact with each person, trying to figure out if they were who she was looking for. At the time, I didn't understand who she was or what she was looking for. She was the only one on the street who wasn't trying to avoid eye contact, especially since I left the apple attendant. I stood next to her and pulled on her dress so she turned to face me. She saw me and her mouth pulled into a smile that reminded me a lot of the wolf in the woods. "Hello, how can I help you, little one?" the woman asked, and I stood frozen for a moment. This was the first time I was actually speaking to a stranger. Sure, I spoke to Aurora and the wolf and the apple attendant, but I never had a full conversation with an adult who wasn't my parents. Father always told me to never talk to strangers, but now he is gone forever. Still, even in that moment, I felt my eyes drift down to my feet as I stared at my feet, my words unable to leave my mouth. I felt the woman's hand grab my shoulder as she spoke. "Little one, I'm not going to hurt you. Are you looking for your parents? She asked, and I shook my head. Okay. Do you need help? I nodded. Okay. Are you looking for someone? I nodded again. Can you tell me who it is? This time I paused before I nodded again. Whenever you are ready, you can tell me, the woman said, and I finally spoke. I am looking for the Prince of the Gallows, I told the woman, and even though my eyes were still cast on the ground, I could hear the sudden tone change in the woman's voice. I couldn't tell if it was because of me or the prince, but I could tell something changed. Oh, him? Are you sure you want to see him? She asked, and I nodded. I lost my mommy and daddy. The Prince of the Gallows is the only one who can help me, I told her, and I could see her wince from those words. I can take you to the palace, but if you're missing your parents, is there any family you can stay with? She asked me, and I shook my head. No family, no one left, I told her, keeping the exact details of Aurora a secret. I wasn't sure what I would do if she didn't believe me, or what I would do if she did believe me. I saw her face grimace a few more times before she finally nodded. Okay, I will take you to the palace, but it's probably not what you expect, she said as she held out her hand for me to hold. I took a moment before I took her hand. Her hand was soft and warm as she guided me through the streets. Can you tell me your name? She asked me, and I paused for a moment before I answered. My name is Myelin Midnight, I told her. I finally looked up to look her in the eyes, and I could see past the pink paint. She had unique eyes that sparkled, and despite the red light, her eyes were still glowing gold. But even though her eyes were the same gold as Aurora's eyes, this woman didn't feel like Aurora. Not to mention the fact Aurora wasn't an adult like this woman was. That's a beautiful name. It fits you very well. A tart name. My name is Charlotte, the woman said as she guided me through the streets. We took many turns and we passed many odd sights. We passed by ice sculptures carved into the shape of sheep and goats, but we couldn't get too close because the sculptures were surrounded by flames that wouldn't melt the ice. Flowers hung from the ceiling above, their petals always facing us as we passed by. If you listened closely, you could hear the flowers whispering to each other. I heard flowers talk before. Who hadn't? But I didn't realize that they could also whisper. Flowers always seem to be the kind to be flamboyant and beautiful. The idea of a flower trying to conceal itself with whispers felt so odd to me. However, of the entire city of sleep, it was the palace that put me off the most. I expected an upside-down castle, or the tallest tower, something that showed power, wealth, prestige, a place fit for a prince. Instead, the palace of the Prince of the Gallows was a simple, one-story tall building. No windows and no door. The doorway stood open without a door, and written in crooked letters above the door was, Prince of the Gallows. He's in there, but are you sure this is what you want? You can live with me instead, Charlotte offered me before I shook my head. Adansi said he could help me, I told her, and a shadow fell over her face. I didn't know why, but it didn't unsettle me so much as make me feel sorry for her. Well, I'll be out here when you're done, so we can talk about it, she told me as I stepped into the dark building. The building smelled bad. It smelled like pee, garbage, old food, and so many gross things. The first room was piled up with trash that barely left a single path for me to walk through. I walked through the path and I made it deeper into the building where it was very dark. There were a few tea candles around the room, and in the center of the room was a throne. It didn't look like a throne you'd see in a storybook. It was old, torn apart, with no fabric, no gold, no jewels, nothing noble left. It definitely used to be a throne and not a chair. I could see the remnants of carvings. This was once clearly very loved and cared for, but now it was another piece of trash in a building full of trash. It sat empty, unused, and unloved. I looked around the room, but in the darkness the only thing I could see was the empty throne. "Where is the Prince of the Gallows?" I asked out loud, only to hear a raspy coughing coming from behind the throne. When the Prince of the Gallows appeared in front of me, he wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting a young boy who was the same age as Adansi, dressed up in bright purples and overflowing with gold and jewels. Someone who radiates both wealth and power. The man in front of me was almost nothing like that. He was old. He wielded his axe staff like it was a walking stick. His red, gold, and black outfit was incredibly old and worn. It looked noble once upon a time, but no longer, and it didn't feel like it was made for him. It looked stolen. He had a blue scarf of sorts that had white diamonds, and hanging around his neck, like a noose necktie, was his noose. He eyed me for a moment before he finally spoke. "What do you need from me?" he asked, his voice brittle and tired. Not the voice of someone who wants to help, not the voice of someone who even wanted to do a good job. The voice of someone who was so tired but was never going to get a chance to stop. Hello, I said, which caused the prince to pause. He didn't seem to be expecting that. "Hello, and who are you?" he asked, the cobwebs getting knocked off of his manners after finally getting a chance to use them. "My name is Mylan Midnight. I'm new in town." "Who are you?" I asked him as I reached out my hand to shake his, like I was taught by my father. He stared at my hand for a moment before he refused it, and then he introduced himself. "I am the Prince of the Gallows, vassal to Adansi, bishop to her name, and warden of the rabbits," he said with no small amount of pride as he thumped his staff to the ground, which caused the building to shake. "Those are pretty cool, but what's your name?" I asked him, and he turned to face me again. "My name? Well, don't you like all of my titles? I worked hard for all of them, and they all mean really interesting things. Being the Prince of the Gallows grants me magic. Being a vassal to Adansi means I have met the goddess. Being a bishop means I can speak for her during ceremonies. And of course, being the warden of the rabbits means all rabbits in sleep are under my protection. Aren't those all a lot better than a silly old name?" the old prince asked, desperate to protect something, but I wasn't sure of what. "Those all sound cool, and those jobs are super important, but I don't know who you are. You must have a name," I told him, and a shadow fell over his face as his eyes turned misty and his voice distant. "Yeah, I must, but I have forgotten it after all these years. I had it when I asked for this role, and when it was granted, I everyone just called me the Prince of the Gallows. There was no need to learn my name. I was the only prince. I am the only prince, and I will always be the only prince. So why would anyone bother to learn my name when they can just address me by my title? He finished, staring into the darkness of the room. So they can be your friend, I said with a smile, and the Prince of the Gallows smiled back. But still, tears fell from his eyes. I couldn't tell if he was sad or happy from what I said. Thank you, Myelin. I will see if I can remember my name, and when I know it, I will tell you. But if you may, please tell me what brought you in here today. His voice said a lot more naturally this time, like I was no longer another problem for him to tick off. I was a person who was approaching him for help. I can't go home anymore. I had to leave my mommy and daddy safe, so I can't ever go back because of Aurora's spell. So I was hoping you could make me a new family here in the City of Sleep, I told him, and his face turned not tired, but sad. Oh, little one, I am sorry Aurora separated you and your family. That bond cannot be rebuilt by any magic. As for making you a new family, I am a powerful man, maybe even the most powerful man in all of Lockhart, but even I cannot create life. The power to create life is a divine something I do not possess, but maybe there's other things I can do for you. The trash and the darkness of the room disappeared. Now it appeared that I was alone with the Prince of the Gallows in a room with black and white checkered tile. The only light was on him and myself, as he pointed his axe out into the darkness. And in the darkness another light came on. It shone on two people who were dancing together, a man and a woman. They danced together like they were two halves of a single whole. They made it through the darkness to where I was, and when they came close to me, I lifted my arms up to hug them, only for them to dance right through me. They didn't dance around me. They didn't split up and come back together. They didn't ignore me. They passed right through me like they weren't there at all. There was only a feeling of cold air where they were, as the man and the woman continued their dance, and the Prince of the Gallows finally spoke. I can create an illusion of parents to take care of you, so that way you don't have to be alone anymore. They will tell others that you aren't alone and you will always have company, he said with a proud smile. I turned to watch the dancing illusions. If they were illusions, then they weren't real. They weren't parents. It was no different from me living by myself anyways, except people would look at me and assume that I was living with someone. Do they respond to what I do? I asked the prince, who grimaced at those words. Well, no, they do what they want to do. They cannot interact with you, and they won't even be aware of the fact that you are there. So it's worse than being alone. It's being ignored by people who aren't there. And the prince shrugged. That is true, but I can try something different, the prince said as the dancers disappeared into the darkness. This time a single figure approached from the darkness. A tall and extremely thin figure that moved like a praying mantis stalking prey. The legs slid after each other, and the hands rubbed over each other, like she was eager to eat. Under her dark, wide-brimmed hat, I couldn't see her eyes, but I could see her smile. She had more teeth than could possibly fit in her mouth, all in many rows, and her smile spread from ear to ear. This is Miss Orthoptera. She has done great work for me for many millennia. She always has a way of taking care of children. I have yet to hear a single complaint from any of the children I sent her way for her to take care of," he said, seemingly unaware of the fact that Miss Orthoptera was the creepiest person I had ever met. "Have you ever seen any of these children you sent to live with her, ever again? Or did you only see them once you sent them to live with her?" I asked him. The Prince of the Gallows tapped his chin thoughtfully. "It is through my hard work that the City of Sleep Orphanage is empty, and the doors and windows rattle in the wind. If you come with me, I promise you won't stay in the orphanage long enough to even miss your old home," Miss Orthoptera said, reaching both of her hands out to me, only for me to duck behind the Prince of the Gallows. "I don't want to go with Miss Orthoptera. I don't want to go to the orphanage," I whispered to the prince, who raised his hand, and Miss Orthoptera stopped. Her smile grew even wider as she spoke. "The orphanage remains empty," she said happily as she withdrew back into the darkness. "Don't you see how creepy she is?" I told the prince, and he shrugged. "Creepy or not, she does great work for me and also for the City of Sleep, so I won't get rid of her, nor will I execute her. But you don't need to go with her. There is yet another option for you," the Prince of the Gallows said, as from the darkness a large lump of clay appeared with the light shining on the clay. "I can shape this clay into a perfect parent for you. Once the shaping is done, the clay will move and take care of you. A perfect parent who will never tire, never get angry, never get sad, never get hungry, and will never need anything from you at all. Won't that be amazing?" the prince offered, and I stared at the clay. Already I had a question. "You mentioned that the clay will never get angry nor sad. Will it never love me? Will it never be happy for me?" I asked the Prince of the Gallows, whose face fell. He opened and closed his mouth a few times before he finally spoke. "Well, no, the golem does a job, but it doesn't possess emotions. It will do the most back-breaking job just as easily as the softest job, but it has no heart, no soul, no blood, no sweat, and no tears to pour into its work. It does a job and nothing else," the Prince of the Gallows admitted. Now looking defeated, he tapped his chin as he thought it over. "I have no other magic to create a family for you. What I can do is have you stay with Charlotte while we try to find a family for you. In 7 years' time, a new family will either be found for you, or you will create one for yourself," the Prince of the Gallows said. I wanted to refuse at first, and then I realized that was probably for the best. "I think that will work. Thank you," I said while I nodded to the Prince of the Gallows, who nodded in return. I don't think he is used to people acknowledging his hard work, let alone acknowledging him. I turned and left the building, where Charlotte stood outside. "So how did it go?" she asked me, as I explained what the Prince of the Gallows said. She was very happy to have a child live with her, and she didn't seem surprised to have me living with her. And such began my 7 years living with Charlotte. She lived in a small apartment not far from downtown. The apartment had 2 bedrooms, and I was given the smaller of the 2 bedrooms. There was already a bed, closet, drawers, and a bathroom for myself, but they were all empty. I would have to get them all with Charlotte the next day. I learned a lot from Charlotte. She taught me how to shop, how to budget, how to make money, and most importantly, she taught me how to learn. Father and mother only taught me what they needed me to know, so I wasn't a problem. Charlotte taught me to learn and to keep learning. She showed me how the sun rose and set beneath our feet, unlike everywhere else in Lockhart. She showed me how to find information from books I needed, and not just the raw information, but also how to make connections between the information. The world was a complicated web, and the more I learned, the more complicated everything became. And I loved it all. I went to school and I learned there, but I learned a lot more from my trips to the library with Charlotte. I don't know what she did for work. I knew when I was at school she was out working, and she would sometimes work late and she would shower a long time before speaking with me. And the money was plentiful enough that I wasn't lacking in anything. But even as I got closer to Charlotte, I couldn't tell her about the Rethin device. I would test it when I was alone, and I learned a lot about it, but still something inside me told me to keep it a secret. And as my 7 years came to a close, I remember sitting across from Charlotte. It was a normal day. We discussed our day plans. I mentioned I was going to see the Prince of the Gallows to let him know that I had made my family already. I was content to live the rest of my life with Charlotte. I loved her as a mother, and I thought she loved me too. She told me she would see me later that day and she would have a surprise for me. I was looking forward to the surprise, but mostly I was just glad that I figured out the riddle. The family I was meant to make was the one I had with Charlotte. I told the Prince of the Gallows about that, and he clapped his hands. That is so wonderful that you created your family. Such is what I desired for you when you first came to my palace. He still lived in filth, but I realized that was the point. He could have anything he wanted, so he was more comfortable with nothing. When I came home that night, Charlotte didn't return. That didn't worry me too much. Sometimes her work kept her out until morning, but the next morning she wasn't around either. She didn't come back that night, nor the next day. So I went to the Prince of the Gallows to ask him if he could tell me where she was. That was the only time I ever saw the old prince cry. Not merely tear up, but cry. Charlotte doesn't live anymore. Her body isn't even in the city anymore for you to bury. Her body was dumped into the sky below. You don't know how sorry I am, the Prince of the Gallows said, placing a hand on my shoulder. The world beneath me was spinning out of control. All I could think about was that Charlotte was gone. But just because she was gone didn't mean it was forever, did it? Bring her back to life, I told the Prince of the Gallows, who shook his head. I cannot bring the dead back to life, and even if I could, her body falls forever. Is that a life you want for her to live? He said, and I could feel tears flood my eyes. Bring her back. She was a good person. She doesn't deserve to fall forever. I never got my surprise. I never got to tell her she was going to be my mom. There has to be something you can do, some kind of trick or magic, maybe a test from me. Please, I will take any test. I will do anything. Just bring her back. I begged the Prince of the Gallows, who shook his head. There is nothing I nor anyone else can do to bring her back, the prince said calmly. Something in me grew so angry at those calm words. My entire world was broken. The only person who cared about me in all of Lockhart was now dead, and he had the audacity to stay calm. Something in my heart was so hurt. All I wanted to do was hurt him, just for being there. I I could order you to hang. You could be killed by a single word from me, and there is no reason for me not to. All you have to do is bring her back, or else she will hang. I warned him, only for him to sigh. Whether you threaten me or not, I do not have the power to do what you are asking me to do. You can hang me, and I will still not be able to bring Charlotte back. The only thing that you will have succeeded at is making your pain everyone else's. Is that what you want? For everyone else in the city of sleep to suffer because you're suffering? His words echoed in my mind. I had so much anger towards him. I wanted to prove him wrong. I wanted to end him just like Charlotte ended. But something inside me kept me from crossing that line. I remembered that last breakfast with Charlotte and how happy she looked, that I was going to be living with her permanently. Her last memory with me was happy. I didn't want to corrupt that last bit of happiness with her. As angry as I was, the Prince of the Gallows didn't cause my pain. Hurting him would accomplish nothing. I sighed and left his palace of trash. I lived at home for a while, but it was full of too many painful memories. Eventually, I grabbed my bag again, and I made my way back to the crossroads. Everywhere in the city of sleep reminded me too much of Charlotte, and I needed another fresh start. I already lost my parents before, and losing Charlotte was even more painful than the first time. She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't try to get rid of me. She wanted me as a daughter, and she showed it. I loved her, and she loved me. And now I still loved her, and she would never love again. My path back to the crossroads was short and worse, lonely. I learned a long time ago how to walk the streets of the city of sleep. Unlike most places in Lockhart, no one spoke to strangers except when they wanted something. So, refusing eye contact was how to convey that you were a safe person to be around. People who sought eye contact were usually treated with suspicion. However, this also meant that the city of sleep could be crowded shoulder to shoulder, and you may as well be alone on the street for how much everyone else interacted with you. Still, it was easy to make my way back to the crossroads, and I saw the path that was marked no return. In my anger at the world and anger at myself, that was the only path I saw. The witch way and the rocky road looked uninviting and dark. The lonely lane was overgrown with forever flowers, so even if I wanted to, I could never return that way. My father's home was inaccessible to me now. So I trekked down the road marked no return. The road was black and smooth with the yellow lines. I didn't know what they were for, but I stuck to the right side of the road while I walked down it. This road had a seemingly never-ending plain around it. Whether I looked to the left or I looked to the right, it never ended. There was only the road in front of me and the road behind me. Sometimes along the road there were signs with hand-painted messages. It isn't too late. It certainly was too late for me. I had no family left. My caretaker for years was now falling into the sky forever. I had no friends, and there was nothing left for me in the city of sleep, nor on the lonely lane. It was too late for me to find anything behind me. Think about the people you love. That sign felt simply cruel. After all these years, it was clear that my mother and father never loved me. Sure, father treated me better, but he didn't seek me out in the city of sleep. He didn't protect me from Aurora. He didn't even care enough to notice that she was there. And with Charlotte gone, there was no one left who loved me. I had to take care of myself, since I was on the road by myself. You cannot ever come back. When I saw that sign, I scoffed. I didn't want to ever come back. What is left for me in Lockhart? A reminder of who and what I am missing? If I come back, I would only be heartbroken and hurt. Not being able to come back sounded like heaven, not hell to me. I continued down the road under the overcast sky. The sun vanished behind gray clouds, and I made it to one final sign. This is your last chance. Of course, this is my last chance. My only chance for a future was on this road that would never let me return. I am sure that sign was supposed to say that it was my last chance to return and go back, but it only hardened my heart as I stepped past the sign, and something felt different. It was like climbing high in the mountains and the air pressure changed and your ears popped. But it wasn't just my ears popping, it was my entire body. I twisted my head and my wrists to work the tension out. After a moment, I turned to face where I was, and I realized the road was different. It was physically the same road, but instead of leading into a plain, it led from a vast forest, one where the trees stood dozens, if not hundreds of meters tall. A dark forest that looked intimidating and judgmental. It felt like it had much worse things than wolves. Turning to face the way I was walking, the path forward changed as well. Instead of an endless plain, it led to an iron gate with the name Agamemnon's Academy for Accelerated Apprenticeship. It seemed that the path that had no return led to a school. There was definitely palpable irony there, but there was indeed no way back, so I did the only thing I could do. I pushed open the iron gate and made my way up the steps. The steps were wide and made of concrete, with a ramp in the middle, and the edges of the steps were guarded by bronze lions. Large sculptures where the toes of the paws were polished, while the rest was an oxidized green. The academy had clearly been here for a long time. I made it up to the large doors, which were carved from an old oak with stained glass that portrayed an unusual scene. The man in a white robe stabbing a white doe with a spear. The glass portrayed the white deer as crying, but the man's face wasn't crying. He didn't even look upset, nor did he look stern nor stoic. I could clearly see that he was smiling. Not a mad smile, nor a smile of someone stressed, but a genuine smile of happiness from stabbing the crying deer. Trying not to think about how creepy the stained glass was, I knocked on the door. I didn't have to wait long. Not even 10 seconds after knocking on the door, a stern-looking woman with gray hair and thick glasses opened the door. She had a clipboard close to her chest, and when she saw me, she only scoffed. "Are you a student?" she asked, and I nodded. "Fine. Name?" she asked, not even bothering to give her name. Her rudeness clearly comes from years of being in charge and being used to always getting her way. Even now, she didn't dare look at me. She was focused on her clipboard, looking over the names written on there, even though she didn't know what name she was looking for. My name is Mary, Mary Morrow, I told her as I made up another name. What my parents called me was a distant memory I could barely remember, and I didn't want to be known as Mylan Midnight here. Every time I would hear that name, I would remember Charlotte. So, for all intents and purposes, Mylan Midnight and Ava Eventide were dead. I still had my true name I called myself, something I would never tell anyone, but the name I thought of myself as. As long as I had that, it didn't matter what others called me. I saw the woman go over the list when I realized my mistake. I never registered for this school. An hour ago, I didn't even know this school existed, and even if I did, or by some miracle I was registered, it wouldn't be under a name I made up on the spot. So, what was this woman going to do? Was she simply going to refuse entry? Was she going to call security? Or was she going to kill me just for not being who I said I was? While I stood there debating whether or not to run, she cleared her throat when she saw something on her list. Ah, Mary Morrow, there you are. We weren't expecting you quite yet, but we have your room ready, she said. Her eyes were glassy as she turned around and led me into the building. Mystified, I followed her, surprised my made-up name was already on the list. While we walked, her eyes remained glassy while she spoke and explained the rules of the school. It's Friday now. School begins on Monday. You'll find your clothes in your room and your schedule on your desk. Students and staff select a sobriquet before school begins. You will have until Sunday to select your sobriquet. Read your handbook and it should explain anything. If you have questions, don't bother me. Bother your counselor, the woman said as she led me to a dorm room. When I turned to face her, she handed me a key. This is your key, and you won't have roommates. Agamemnon's doesn't ban guests from your room, but the consequences of what happens in your room will follow you, she said as she turned and walked away, leaving me with more questions than answers. Why was she acting so weird? Why was I already registered for this school? And is this really my next phase in life? Maybe there would be answers inside. I opened the door, and the dorm room was what I was expecting for a dorm room. 3 meters by 3 meters by 3 meters. A twin-sized bed with sheets, blankets, and a pillow folded on the mattress. A wooden closet across from the bed. A door leading to what I assumed was the bathroom. And on the far wall beneath a window looking over the forest was a wooden desk with a laptop on it, along with a handbook next to it, and on top of the handbook was an envelope. Closing the door behind me, I walked to my desk and I inspected the letter. It was unaddressed and unsealed. The only mark on it was a stamp with a torch on it. Still, though, even through the envelope, I could see it was thick from multiple pages inside. Curious, I opened the envelope and I began to read the letter, hoping for some information on what was going on. To Mary Morrow, it takes a certain strength to let go of your entire life to seek another. I did what I could over the last few years, but even I cannot do everything. Some paths you have to walk to get where you need to go. You will fall, so much more than you know, but only you can find the strength to get up and keep going. But I know you. You will never give up and you will find a strength inside you that you never knew you had. However, that strength will not come easily. You will have many hard choices and you won't always make the right choice. doesn't mean you won't get on the right path. As for why the school believes you belong here, I registered you before Charlotte fell. Again, I am so sorry that happened. It wasn't her choice, nor mine. It wasn't anyone's choice, and it wasn't anyone's fault. No, not even yours. I do not think Agamemnon's is a good idea, but the path you chose led here, so I could either leave you to struggle and starve, or I could open the door and give you a chance. As much as it breaks my heart seeing a young hero in an academy for villains, it is still better for you than trying to be homeless in the Seven Cities. Remember, though, even though I opened the door for you, it is up to you to keep your role, and your success comes down to your choices and your actions. Learn and be quiet at first. When you have learned enough to blend in, then it will be safe for you to stand out. Success makes for a great way to convince others you belong, but belonging needs to come before success. You are no longer on Lockhart, but on Earth. Specifically, you are in the Empire of the Seven Cities on the continent of Vespucci, on the world of Earth. Lockhart is behind you now, and you can never return the way you came. Can you return to Lockhart at all? That is a question I cannot answer. The kind of person you would need to become is someone who never would leave her home. I still believe in you, but you ultimately need to prove me right or wrong. That being said, it won't be for me, but for you, that you make that choice. I don't know if that's easier or harder for you. Read over your manual well. You can adapt quickly and blend in easily. But be warned, when masking, it is exhausting. Do not wear your mask so long that you can no longer put it down. And even though you are technically not beyond my reach, I will not be assisting you anymore like I have before. Your tuition is paid and you have a weekly stipend. Be cautious with yourself, but also learn when to take risks and when to tell yourself yes. Again, I am so sorry for what you went through, and I am more sorry for what you must face. You can be tomorrow's hero, or you can be tomorrow's villain. But no matter what you choose, you're never going to be nobody special. So weigh your actions and choices. Sorry for the rambling nature of this letter. It is so hard to know what is important to you when you see things the way I do. You see things differently. I want to warn you about every misstep, about every scrape, about every trick and gamble, but I cannot warn you of everything. Even if I did, it wouldn't mean you could avoid them all. So I try to focus on what is important. And ultimately knowing you, even if you tripped every step of the way, you will still end your path beaten, bloody, bruised, and victorious. You choose what victory and triumph means for you, and you will find it. Signed, LGEC, aka Aurora Eventide. When I saw the name, I tore up the letter and left the scraps in the wastebasket. Why would the monster who chased me out of my home now want me to succeed? The way she wrote, it didn't feel like her. It felt like someone else wrote the letter. Still, as I let my anger calm down, I did realize she did something right for me. She got me into Agamemnon's Academy for Accelerated Apprenticeship. If nothing else, I was certain I would get good grades, and I could manage my own life. I was beyond her now, and I would prove that I didn't need anyone. I was strong, and I would handle myself far better than my mother ever did. I took the time after letting my anger cool into resolve to read over the student's manual. As I read over the rules and I memorized the rules and procedures, I learned far more about the Academy than they probably ever intended. Over that weekend, I barely slept as I went over the rules and the history of this odd world. Lockhart's history was simple. It was created by Adansi. She brought people there, and for the last 75,000 years, people lived lives and little of it was worth recording. On Earth, there were wars. So many wars. Famines, colonies, revolutions, counter-revolutions, and countries. Lockhart didn't have nations. There were leaders, there were local governments, but the idea of a government that was the highest authority in a geographic area never occurred to us. That was one of the biggest shocks. The idea of nations and nationalism when you didn't grow up with it, it was such a foreign idea that my mind kept chewing on, even when I was supposed to be thinking about other things. The closest analogy I could use to describe it to others is like being raised in a family without parents. You have cousins, aunts, uncles, sisters, brothers, siblings, and you function completely fine. But then you go out and encounter other families. Every other family has parents who make rules, who raise the children, and are considered the head and heart of every household. A head and heart that you spent your entire life without, and you were completely fine. But everyone who learns that you grew up without parents look at you like you are an impossibility. Still, though, as long as I didn't talk about the seven cities with the other students, I was certain I would fit in pretty well. The history of the school was also fascinating. Apparently, it was founded during the Great War to train extraordinary people in how to use their abilities to help the Seven Cities and the League of Nations against the Central Cabal. After the Great War, the school remained and kept training eximi, those with extraordinary abilities, and esoterics, those with magical knowledge, so that they can use their abilities to the fullest in the modern world. Quite a few graduates go on to work for the Seven Cities, but most graduates go on to work for themselves, freelancing. I have no idea why they put freelancing in quotation marks. The school put a lot of stress on individualism, independence, and personal strength. I didn't think much about it until I got to the part about why the school was called Agamemnon's Academy. There was an old Hellenese myth about a great hero named Agamemnon who led a massive attack against the city of Troy when his sister-in-law eloped with the king of the Trojans. So, Agamemnon faced many challenges in his war, including having to sacrifice his daughter, Iphigenia, to get a more favorable wind for his fleet. And when his daughter was turned into a doe, after the sacrifice, he hunted her down and sacrificed her again to guarantee his victory in the coming battle. He then proceeded to burn Troy to the ground, leaving only Helen, his sister-in-law, alive to bring back to his brother. The handbook talked about this tale gleefully, saying how Agamemnon was justified. He needed a better wind. He loved his brother. The Trojans insulted him. He needed a great victory for the Hellenes. The handbook talked about him admirably, talking about how he could kill legions of soldiers with ease, and how the goal of all of the students would be to live like him. Feared and respected, even thousands of years after our deaths. That power and respect was its own goal, and that seeking them out would make us happy. While I didn't have the desire to burn a kingdom to the ground, nor did I have a desire to slay an invulnerable hero with an arrow to the heel, Power did appeal to me. The idea of finally being strong enough that no one and nothing could hurt me. If I could be strong enough not to need anyone, then no one could hurt me. I wouldn't be abandoned by anyone because they wouldn't ever have the chance to abandon me. I had the Rethen device, and its power was clearly great. Maybe it would be my key to a good life if I could figure it out. I removed the device from my pocket as I looked over its face. The 12 beautiful stones aligned with the birthstones of the 12 months of the year. I gently stroked the beautiful brass as I was lost in thought. I have never used this device since I started living with Charlotte, but even so, I never let the device out of my sight. Something deep inside of me got anxious at even the idea of the device being out of reach. It felt like a guarantee that the Rethen device would be used against me. Sure, it could make me big and powerful, but I also knew it could make me smaller. Being smaller felt dangerous, more vulnerable. I had already spent so long being vulnerable. The idea of willingly being vulnerable only made my blood boil. After giving myself a minute to cool down, I looked over the birthstones of the face when I realized I had my sobriquet. That night in the cafeteria, I ate alone. Apparently, it was open 24 hours a day, so that students could eat at their convenience. A few students served the meals, of which there was plenty of food. I chose a triangular flatbread that was topped with red tomato sauce, melted cheese, and a few pieces of chicken. It was quite savory, and apparently it was a delicacy in Imperial City. After eating 2 more pieces of the flatbread, I made my way to the library, another function of Agamemnon's that was open 24 hours a day. Most of the services were offered in some capacity, 24 hours a day. Most of the classrooms were closed at night, but still, the school offered plenty of places for studying. In the library, I began my search for where I came from. I learned plenty about this world, and I knew I was going to learn a lot more. However, I had to know what did this school know about where I came from. Would I be welcome if they knew I was from Lockhart? Or would I be treated as a monster? Finding a book about Lockhart turned out to be difficult. In fact, there were no books about Lockhart at all. So I expanded my search, and sure enough, I found a book that referenced Lockhart in an old book about Altus. Altus turned out to be short for All That Is. It was understood that dimensions beyond Earth existed, and a few of those dimensions were catalogued. Places like Primeval, Pandemonium, and LCL had massive chapters about them. Chapters I only skimmed, but they seemed more like fairy tales than places that could be visited. Dinosaurs, demons, angels. Those were the stories I grew up on in storybooks, but this book was very explicit that they were real. But then there were places that weren't nearly as well understood. Eclipse was a world with a star so dark and so large that it dominated the sky every day, but what lived there and what they did was unknown to the authors of the book. And then there were places like Lockhart. My world, my history, my culture, who I was as a person, everything that made me, me, was in that book. And what they covered barely fit on a single page. And that page had a drawing that took up over half the page. A picture of a young blonde white girl holding a white rabbit with the name beneath it being Adansi. While I had never seen Adansi in person, I had seen many drawings and stories of her. Adansi was neither blonde nor white, and the words beneath just caused my heart to sink even more. Lockhart is an odd place that was discovered by Adansi thousands of years ago. Many of the flora, fauna, and people resemble something from a Charles Dodgson storybook. The people often speak in riddles and are not friendly to people from Earth. Any items taken from Lockhart retains its power, even on Earth. And that was it. There was so much about where I came from. I could fill this book with everything I knew about Lockhart. Hell, I could fill every book in this library with knowledge from Lockhart, and I would still have more to tell. The book told nothing about the stationary sun and moon. It didn't say anything about the upside-down city of sleep. It didn't tell of the talking flowers nor the friendly rabbits. It didn't tell about how we resolved conflicts with long talks and games. It didn't tell about a lost girl who was forced from her home. It didn't even scratch the surface of what Lockhart meant to me, or everything Lockhart was. There were pages and chapters about the specific demon lords of Pandemonium, but Lockhart was barely worth a paragraph and a whitewashed drawing. They wouldn't hate me from being from Lockhart. As far as anyone knew in this school was that Lockhart was from a fairy tale, if they even knew that much. Once my sadness and anger finally cooled, I put the book back where it came from. I wouldn't tell anyone where I came from on Monday. There was no telling how they would react, and most likely they wouldn't even care if they did know. Not caring was not the same thing as being accepting, however, so I would have to keep it a secret. That Sunday was quiet. Most of the students were moving into their dorms, but similar to the City of Sleep, no one was making eye contact with each other. Unlike the City of Sleep, though, they weren't avoiding each other. They spoke to each other, but the way they talked, it was like every word was chosen carefully, and everyone was examining each other carefully, always watching for a slip-up or something they can use. A few students tried talking to me, but after a few words, they gave up and tried speaking to someone else. I didn't give them anything, but I also didn't talk like everyone else. It is hard to explain, but my words weren't like theirs. They could understand me just fine, but something about the way I spoke made them feel unsafe to talk to me. Not that I minded, but it was odd. Monday was the day of my first classes, and in my very first class, I made a friend. More specifically, I think he chose me to be his friend. My first class was called Adulting 101, where we were supposed to learn tasks and skills to be successful adults. Our first day was about networking and the importance of knowing names and contact information about our neighbors. It was there I gave my sobriquet for the first time. Birthstone. No one knew why, but my name was hardly the oddest name there. My neighbor was a boy who had a backpack covered in stickers. He had his sobriquet emblazoned on his backpack, Violent Valiant, and he was so proud of his name and everything else it seemed. While I sat near the back listening to the teacher, explaining the importance of networking, Valiant sat next to me talking about everything, it seemed. He talked about how he was from Cathedral City, and about how he got his powers from special alchemical formulas of his own creations, how he was on scholarship, and how he was proud of his creations. I also learned the hard way that all of my classmates all had the same classes together, and Valiant decided to keep sitting next to me, even though I was trying to learn from the teacher. I also found myself learning from Violent Valiant also. When lunch came around, I started responding to what he was saying. By dinner time, we were having actual conversations. While I didn't think anything was going to happen with Violent Valiant, I decided it was better to remain friends with him, at least for now, and probably remain friends, since clearly he knew his world better than me, and having friends was going to come in handy when I was going to try and fit in. And all I have to do is listen, and he likes me enough to consider me his best friend. That was an easy enough trade off. Maybe things weren't going to be terrible in this school. It has been many years since I began at Agamemnon's, and I was on my way to finishing my final project. Secondary school finished a long time ago. I even finished my university level classes, and now I was in my final graduate school classes in Agamemnon's Academy for Accelerated Apprenticeship. The Academy prided itself in being equivalent to secondary school, university, and even graduate school. A lot of students moved on to careers after graduating secondary school. There is a lot of good work in moving boxes, driving trucks, patrolling warehouses, and filling office cubicles. They weren't the most profitable jobs in the seven cities, but they paid well enough, and most importantly, they weren't morally questionable. Agreeing to university and graduate classes was agreeing to the unique morality of the academy. In my university classes, we discussed how to break bones with minimal effort, how to use the law to escape justice, weapons training, and the economics of crime versus legitimate earnings. We also learned corporate law, and we learned many of the dark secrets of the modern seven cities. Throughout university, we were asked to work, and I was a professional fence for a corporate office in Isle City. I even had my own office, benefits, and an official title of Special Corporate Liaison. If an executive in the company needed an illegal item or service, it was my job to get it. So, if I was ever discovered, the company would be all right. And if the company ever grew a conscience, then my criminal sources would get enough warning to be safe. And when I moved on from university to grad school, I was now on to real projects. When I was a special corporate liaison, it wasn't as hard as it sounded. A lot of my duties could be described as duties handled by any other secretary: make appointments, send emails, make an occasional phone call, write a check, and make sure deliveries were successful. If it wasn't the nature of the people I was speaking to, it would have been any other boring job. Most days I didn't even have anything to do. I just had to be at my computer and look busy if someone came by. And yet my ability to be discreet and make appointments made me popular enough that in grad school I moved up from special corporate liaison to special imperial liaison. Instead of working for a local corporation, I was now the liaison for the Viscount of the Sunshine District. That was both a big improvement and a major downgrade. In grad school, I was supposed to learn about the delicacies of politics and how to manipulate the imperial family to get benefits for both myself and for the academy. At least that was what it was supposed to be. In all honesty, working for the Viscount of the Sunshine District was a lot like being a babysitter who couldn't tell a condescending, spoiled brat no in any circumstances. The Viscount was technically an elected position, but one he had for his entire adult life, and he was now well into his 50s, and he never knew anything else. If he wanted something, he would speak to one of his liaisons, and if he wanted something that wasn't technically legal, he would speak to me, and I would have to speak for him in every god's damn situation we were out in. He never understood the situation well enough to even speak about it or answer any questions unless I framed it like I was speaking to a small child. Eventually, it just got easier to tell everyone who tried speaking to him that you weren't allowed to speak to the Viscount. That was a lot easier than trying to explain to a croissant shop why the Viscount was saying, I am the Viscount and I want caramel dumplings. Well, that part of my job was hard. My job for the Academy was surprisingly easy. The Viscount had weekly votes in the Isle City Council votes, and he needed someone to explain to him what the laws and bills even meant. So, who else did he ask for what they meant? I didn't even have to lie to him. I just explained each one in a way that he would vote the way I wanted him to vote. So, after a few hours of voting, he would be done, and he would want to go to an underground bar or a vaudeville show, and I would have another success for the Academy. I figured I would graduate being his liaison, and I would have an easy life, more or less, feeding the Viscount what he wanted to hear, and he would vote the way I wanted him to vote. While I was off doing that, Violent Valiant was off with more correct results for his classes. His unique ability to create alchemical formulas that only worked for himself meant he could create powerful altered states for himself. He was in high demand for projects that required muscle or extraordinary talent. While I was connecting cubicle workers with chem dealers, he was robbing banks. When I graduated up to working with the Viscount, Valiant was a mercenary in demand across the 7 cities. He was in such high demand that he often bragged that he had to turn jobs down because he wouldn't have time for them all. And we were together all this time. We had plans after our graduation about getting a place together, maybe in St. Peter's Tower, so we could look down over the city each night. We had many beautiful nights and dates. We both had good paying jobs, and our lives felt like they were in our control. He seemed to get me. He would talk and let me listen, and he wouldn't ask any questions about my past. As far as he was concerned, I simply appeared at school, and that was all that mattered. He had a lovely look in his eyes when he got obsessed with something. He loved pushing his own limits, and he would often try to get me to push my own limits. I did go to the gym like him, but I didn't have powers like him that multiplied my baseline, so there was no point in building a lot of muscle. Valiant would love pushing his muscles further and further, and while it was made me a bit uncomfortable, I didn't stop him when he started using one of his formulas every time he went into the gym. He said it was so he could build up extra muscle. I didn't quite believe it because all of his other formulas had a temporary effect on his body. The longest lasting formula would last 24 hours, but would only have a minor effect on his body, such as removing his ability to feel tired. His most powerful formulas would last minutes, or in some cases, seconds, but would have profound effects on his body, like turning his body into living plasma kind of profound effects. Still, I figured I could just look the other way, since it made him happy and he enjoyed pushing his limits. As for why he was employed as a mercenary instead of finding work in the Mad Scientist Union, the military, or even just making formulas for the Academy students, was the fact his formulas were poison to everyone else. No one knew why, not even Valiant, but his formulas were all objectively toxic and invariably fatal to humans, except for Violent Valiant himself. Somehow his body was able to metabolize the formula and obtain something beneficial from them. Formulas that he had to invent and create for himself. Whenever anyone else tried making the formula, even if they followed his directions, they would have no power to give him. The formulas had to be made by him, for him, and consumed by him. And even then, a lot of them had a drawback. Like most chems, he would build a resistance if he took them often, and a lot of the abilities were habit forming, if not full on addictive. They would always start the same way. A formula would give him the ability to use telekinesis, or make him fly, or just make him larger. And when it wore off, he missed having the ability, and all he would have to do is take another sip, crush a bit of powder, or just inject another syringe. So he would take another dose, usually where I couldn't see it, and then he would have the ability again. Even if he wasn't using it, just having it was enough to feed the beast inside of him. But as he started building resistance and they faded quicker, he needed the doses more and more often. Then they had to be purer, stronger, and better. He would spend time brewing stronger and stronger versions just to get the same feeling back. There were a few times where I found him dosing himself with a literal liter of formula just to get the same feeling for a few minutes. Those were times where I had to take him to the hospital and explain that he was overdosing on 3 liters of DDT, a chemical that had been banned from the 7 cities for decades. And those were the times where I knew what made up the formula. There were times he would overdose and I wouldn't know what was in it. All I could do was inject him with naloxone and hope to Adansi that it would work on whatever was coursing through his system. Every one of those times were so scary and upsetting, but I couldn't ask Violent Valiant to stop. His formulas were part of his abilities, part of his job, and part of his life goals. He wanted to be a great villain, and his formulas were his only ability and his only skill. He didn't have a mind for politics. He didn't like being a henchman. He got bored in offices. His grades were good, but he didn't like reading, and he didn't have any other path to being successful. So, as much as it hurt me to see his lips blue, his body flopping, and his breath weak, that was his choice and what he needed to do to win. I had to be supportive of him since he was so supportive of me. At that point, I still never told him about the Rethan device. I wanted to keep that secret, and I was comfortable being a villain without powers. Everyone in school went for the flashiest and most flooded job markets. There was always another bank robber, There was always another bounty hunter. There was always another greedy CEO. People skip over the politics, over the corporate jobs, over the pay you get just by moving boxes, or the money you can make accepting bribes. But after everything that happened in Lockhart, I was content to live a quiet life. I was on my way to great success, and as annoying as the Viscount was, I didn't have to deal with any esoteric insanity. At least, at first. The day that changed my position, and eventually turned my world upside down, started as any other day. I was up early, well before Violent Valiant, who slept next to me. We had since moved out from dorm rooms and into our own apartment. He convinced me it was a good idea to get away from the dorms. He said it was too small for the both of us, and he wanted us together when home. The dorm rooms were free and the apartment had rent, but for now, the freedom of having a shared space was worth it. We even had the convenience of the apartment being in his name while I would pay for all the bills. Since my job doesn't require numerous methods of money laundering before buying dog cart food. Still, it was working out. Long term, Violent Valiant was supposed to be making 400,000 centie a year, which far exceeded my 108,000 centie a year while working for the Viscount. When I left for the day, I made sure his coffee was brewed while I went out for the day. While I was on the train to the Viscount's office, I checked my phone to see what requests the Viscount had for me. Sure enough, he already had a new passion project, but he didn't have the patience to deal with getting permits for it. The weirdest part about being a so-called special liaison isn't how messed up people are, it's how lazy they are. Most people in the corporation weren't requesting things like rare chems and prostitutes. They wanted chocolate from the Triple Alliance without filling out paperwork. They wanted to rent a car, but they didn't have a license. Or they wanted a new addition to their house, but they didn't want to spend 2,000 centi to get the permit for their 10,000 aura upgrade to their house. When I was learning about the economics of crime, I never would have considered laziness to be a major motivator. But that became more true when I started working for the Viscount, not less. Sure, he still wanted his custom chems and his own entourage of décolletage, but those orders were about once a month each, and those were easy. Make a request on the ShadowNet, write a check, and they will show up, no problems. Almost like planning a birthday party. But then there were the Viscount's passion projects. They sparked suddenly and burned out just as quickly. When he found something new to do, he didn't have the patience to learn it first, and he definitely didn't have the patience to deal with the paperwork. One week, he wanted to go boating all the way to Outpost Isle. He wanted a fully functional boat with a crew who would take him to such a dangerous place in less than a day. The wait list to just visit Outpost Isle is over a year long, so I had to cut a lot of corners to make that happen and offer a crew a lot of money to ignore every bone in their body to call the Viscount their captain. Well, he just started a new passion project. He wanted to take modeling pictures. Oddly enough, he didn't want normal models. He already had his eyes on a potential model, a burlesque dancer named Hush Puppy in the Sunshine District. He saw her shows a few times and he figured she would make a good fit, so he was insistent on us watching one of her shows. And that was how I found myself spending my evening in the front row of the Violet Vaudeville. Apparently, they were doing their own version of the play Politica. I was familiar with it, and I knew the Viscount had seen it many times. It was one of the most popular and most repeated plays in the Seven Cities. Even children did their own version of the play. It was played more often than Romeo and Juliet. The imperial family made sure of that fact. Still, the warm-up act before the Politica was intriguing. Despite myself, I found myself cheering for the knight fighting the witch. Even as their clothes and armor fell off, I wanted the knight to win so badly and win over the princess's hand. But when the lights went off and they screamed, I found myself gasping. I never intended to get so caught up, but I found myself hooked into the story. When the lights came back on, I saw the princess cry over both of their bodies. Despite myself, my hand covered my mouth as I saw the fake tears. A real tear fell from my eye when I heard the Viscount awkwardly move in his chair. "Why don't they start with the headliners?" he asked me as he sipped on his drink, while I mentally sighed and made sure I bit my tongue and not bother to explain why to him. It wasn't even a rhetorical question because a rhetorical question would imply he already knew the answer. He didn't really want an answer, and he didn't care about the question, but he wanted to complain about not getting what he wanted now. Finally, Politica started, and it was a normal startup until Hush Puppy's clothes ripped off and the lights turned her clothes purple. There was shock in the audience, and the Viscount leaned forward. I pulled out my phone, ready to call the Vigiles Urbani, who would have been there in just 2 minutes. "Would you like the Vigiles here, sir?" I asked him, and he shook his head. "No, let's see how she does," he said as I watched Hush on stage. Her smile never wavered, and her pose was strong as she continued her performance. Now I understand better what the Viscount saw in her. Even in such a scary situation, she kept performing, and that strength was admirable. Something I never saw in the Academy, and a trait I nearly forgot altogether after leaving Lockhart. When her performance was done, we went backstage, and I handed Hush Puppy the papers. They were pretty standard legal papers indicating that we weren't liable for any laws broken, and we weren't liable if she got hurt. Forms that any lawyer would take one look at and shred. They weren't legally enforceable at all, and if we honestly went to court, a judge would take one look at the form and ask what the hell we were thinking. But the forms did serve an important purpose. If someone tried to argue what we were doing was wrong or illegal, we can just point out they agreed to it when they signed it. In actuality, contracts cannot protect us from asking people to do something illegal. No contract, anywhere, not even behind the veil, is above the laws. To the average citizen of the Seven Cities, though, they didn't know that. Years upon years of telling people that agreeing to a contract meant you were obligated to fulfill the contract, no matter what, made most citizens treat a non-legally binding scrap of paper as powerful as a blood contract with Mephistopheles. Hush Puppy was no exception, except she didn't even pretend to read over the form. Usually people at least skimmed over a few paragraphs or pretended to read. A rare few actually read it and had questions. Hush signed it before I even finished my spiel about her having a chance to take it home. She handed the form back to me and shook my hand. I froze for half a second before I shook her hand back. Her hand was soft and warm, and the oddest thing was her smile when she took my hand. I had seen many smiles when I came to Earth, especially in Agamemnon's academy. I had long since associated smiles with making deals, lying, and misleading. Anyone who smiled at you wanted something. You could see the hunger in their eyes that said that they were wanting something from you. I saw it on my teachers, I saw it on my classmates, coworkers, even on Violent Valiant. Everyone around me had such a smile, so I figured that was how everyone on Earth smiled. Hush Puppy's smile, on the other hand, reminded me of home. The smile of someone who was happy, in a good place, and things just got better. A smile that was saying thank you and you're welcome at the same time. A smile that warmed the ice around my heart and cooled the tension in my forehead. If there were people like this on Earth, I had no idea why they would be in the Sunshine District of Isle City, of all places. It was like finding a sunflower growing in a hell site. The next few days were a blur as I did the prep work for the photo shoot. No one noticed because, thankfully, my distracted work was still better than most people's best effort. But still, my mind was on Hush Puppy. Why did I find her so intriguing? It wasn't infatuation. I never really got infatuated. Even when I did background research on her, I didn't find anything interesting about her. She graduated secondary school with bare grades. She wasn't especially athletic, artistic, academic, or even aesthetically pleasing. In academy terms, she was the most average citizen you could get in a scenario. You might be able to use her for something short term, but she didn't offer any skills worth manipulating her, nor recruiting her. She was objectively a boring person who offered nothing, and everything from Economica of Crime dictated to just leave her alone because she wasn't worth the effort. And yet, she caught the eye of the Viscount, and when I saw her smile, something in me, deep inside, both recognized her as a friend, but also she seemed so alien that I was intrigued. Not understanding my feelings, I closed the tab on Miss Naya Knight on my computer, and I checked another item off my list for the modeling trip. These modeling shoots usually had multiple models and numerous support staff. And while we would have a lot of support staff, we only had one model. Hush Puppy. When we were finally on the boat, I had one last meeting with her when she did something unexpected. What's your name? She asked me while I was looking at my phone. I was convinced if I stayed focused on my phone and didn't answer her questions, I wouldn't be distracted. But her question drew my eyes up to meet hers. They were kind and honest. She did want to know my name. Even though she wasn't smiling like before, she wasn't hiding anything. And I could see in her eyes that she was feeling what she was showing. It only broke through my shell a little more. My name is May. Here is your room. You have 9 minutes now, I said as I shoved her inside and I quickly ran down the hallway to find a quiet place to wait for my heart to calm down. Something about her made me squirm, and I didn't know what it was. It hurt to lie to her about my name. I hadn't felt guilt about my name in years. I lied to everyone about who I was, so why did it hurt to lie to her? Thankfully, the Viscount kept me busy at the modeling shoot, so I didn't have to get close to Hush. But still, I couldn't help but sneak a few peeks at what she was doing. She looked happy and her smile was strong, even when it was clear her endurance and her strength were waning. What was that like? Having to smile even when in pain, having to calm others even when you were panicking inside, being strong and standing tall when everything else fell. These thoughts followed me as we finally headed back to the boat, and I explained to Hush about dinner in 30 minutes. I was certain I could handle it. Just a few more moments, and I could disappear, and I could forget all about this dancer from the Sunshine District. But then Hush just had to ask her question. Do you have any time off? My heart fluttered at those words. No, no way. She couldn't possibly be asking what I think she was asking. As far as she knew, I was a personal assistant, and she was now a model who belonged in Lavender Heights. I get off when I get off, I said, hoping that would be enough to still my beating heart. But no, Hush couldn't allow that to be. No, I mean, I was wondering, since the shoot is over, if you want to talk about dinner sometime? She asked, her smile genuine and cute. And something in me finally broke. I knew I was going to be cheating on Violent Valiant. He was cheating on me. I knew it, and he told me about it, but I always looked the other way. He was under a lot of stress, and it was healthier than him trying to hit a harder chem. But if I was to cheat, I knew I was a bad girl. But was I that kind of bad girl? Dinner's in half an hour, I said before I finally made my choice. My job was stressful too. I had been away from any genuine kindness or care for a long time. So long, in fact, I was certain I only imagined it. Just another concept that only existed in the childish fantasy of Lockhart. But in Hush's eyes, I thought I believed in it once again. My hands held onto hers, and I whispered to her, I think they'll be okay without me, for 30 minutes, as we entered her room together. At dinner that night, we sat together and my phone was away. My projects had been caught up on for a while. The phone was a distraction. We ate the delicious sushi and we even shared kaiju sushi together. One of the most delicious things I had ever eaten. When I saw Hush turned pale, I helped her back to her room. I remember thinking that she weighed more than I was expecting when I brought her back to her bed and made sure she was comfortable in her blankets. I was worried for her. If she was ill, I would make sure to get her to a hospital. Maybe she was having an allergic reaction to the kaiju sushi. People tend to have odd allergic reactions to esoteric creatures. As the night went on, I noticed that the ship was tilting more and more, and as that happened, I felt a tingle in the back of my neck, one that screamed at me to run. Most of the staff were drunk, including the Viscount, so they didn't notice that they had to walk uphill to get to most of the boat. So I made my way to Hush's room, worried I would have to get her off the boat with me. I opened her door, and when the door swung open, her hand fell out of the door. Her hand was the size of my body, and I could see that she was still sleeping. And more interestingly, she was still growing. My memories of math flashed through as I calculated her new height and weight. She was already pretty heavy now, and even a small percentage in height would be 8 times greater in weight. Knowing the capacity of the yacht and the fact the Viscount already overloaded it, this boat wasn't going to last long. "What a veet!" I said as Hush grew even larger, and I could hear her whispering my name. Her whisper was a lot louder, and my heart froze when I heard her say my name, my true name. Not Birthstone, not May, my true name. I didn't tell her, did I? While I thought about that, I saw her grow a bit larger, like a balloon getting filled with air, and I decided to preserve my own life. My mission with the Viscount was important, but it was also clear that I wasn't supposed to be a hero. Anytime we were in danger, I could leave him without getting in trouble. We were encouraged to be as selfish as possible. Still, though, even on the lifeboat, I felt a twinge of guilt about leaving Hush behind. But as I started rowing towards the shore, I saw her head burst out of the bow. Her hair was not even messed up, and her eyes still closed. My guilt ended as soon as I saw that. Clearly, she wasn't going to be hurt. When I made it to the shore, I started the complicated process of declaring the Viscount dead due to an attack at sea. At first, the Vanguard were suspicious of my claim, until Master Monday crawled out of Oceanus. Suddenly, the Viscount's death was no longer the most important thing. It made submitting the paperwork easy, and I headed to one of the shelters as I watched Master Monday create devastation in the Sunshine District. Judging by all of the cars, metal, and other materials he was gathering, he was planning on making the Sunshine District his own personal nest. And there was nothing anyone could really do. They were evacuating people, but a lot of residents of the Sunshine District wanted to stay. There were hunters, of course, but none of them were strong enough to fight a kaiju. The most they could do was distract the monster long enough for the evacuation to go through. Isle City was being ceded block by block, district by district, to both Oceanus and the creatures that lived within her. It was the unspoken but inconvenient truth of Isle City. Isle City couldn't stand forever, and it was starting to look like it wasn't even going to stand for long. At least until Hush rose from the sea, also. There was power in her strikes, far greater power than should be possible, even at her size. She was definitely an exime, and while I watched them fight, I called my boss in the academy. Getting transferred from the dead Viscount to the Vanguard as a new liaison was surprisingly easy. A new powerful hero like Hush was a major wild card, so someone who knew her, that was their way in, and they were eager to have me liaise with the Vanguard, even though their mission contradicted the Academy's. Thankfully, they didn't ask why I knew her so well. When Hush was dragged deep into the ocean, I felt my heart drop as well. After 10 minutes of not seeing anything, I was certain she was dead, only to see her splash back onto the surface, and I cried and cheered with everyone else in the shelter. No one would ever know why I was crying. When the Vanguard took me to meet her, I communicated by megaphone, and I pretended not to know who she was. Not until she got close to me. Her eyes were big enough to swim in, and now I saw my own reflection in them. The kindness and care I saw in her before was only stronger now, thousands of times stronger, as I felt my long frozen heart melt for her. It's you, your, and her finger rose up to my lips. Just the pad of her index finger was more than enough to cover my entire face. However, she barely brushed my lips when she lifted her finger to my mouth. Somehow, in some way, she was already so incredibly precise. Her XMA abilities were coming in quickly, and the part of me that worked for the Academy was already analyzing her, while my heart analyzed her in a different way. "Ah, shh," she said, and I felt my face blush. I was good at keeping my emotions in check, but something about her brought it all out. And now there was no way for me to avoid her. She filled my vision, and if she wanted to, she could crush me with no effort at all. I wouldn't even be an ant to her, but I sensed no malice from her, only love. And in that moment, I took a long look at my life, and I asked myself, what have I been doing? Time and time again, I made the choices I thought would keep me away from pain. I was literally paid to be a yes man to a spoiled brat. My boyfriend never cared enough to ask a single question about me. I also gave him whatever he wanted, and I thought that was love. It always felt easier to just agree with him instead of to try to come up with a compromise or even do what I wanted to do. But a single afternoon and a single dinner with Hush made me the happiest I had ever been on earth. I felt light on my feet from her gentle touch, and I finally spoke again. Hero Hush, I will make sure that your contract is fair. The hero Hush was for the reporters in the Vanguard. She would have her name be associated with her heroism, and her identity would remain secret. The burlesque dancers had a veil of secrecy that far exceeded most heroes or villains, but still, I would never reveal her civilian name to anyone. And then I added one more part, just for us. And I look forward to our dinner, I said, just loud enough for her, and it was her turn to blush. I had a lot of work ahead of me, and I wasn't going to be home anytime soon. And I highly doubted I was going to sleep any time in the next 48 hours. But still, I walked away from Hush with a genuine smile as I discussed her contract with the Marshal of the Isle City Vanguard. After Hush was hired by Vanguard, my job got so much better. Sure, my budget was slashed and my resources were reduced, but I got to spend time with Hush. We spoke as we converted Fort Sipakna into something livable for her. Fort Zipacna was once a storage site for airplanes, and the ceiling was high enough for Hush to stand comfortably. She stood at 24.4 meters tall, so most buildings she would never be able to stand in. Clearing out most of the engineering equipment was easy. Getting things put in was a much more difficult job. I think nearly a third of my time was just in meetings about budgets and construction. The marshal fought me nearly every step of the way. The marshal was an older black woman who looked like she worked in a library instead of as the head of emergency services in Isle City. But she was strict with her budget, and every request I sent her was initially denied, and I had to appeal every single request, no matter how small or how important. Why would we approve a 50,000 Aura budget for the construction of a restroom? She said, barely glancing at my notes that explained the why of the budget. She just looked at the cost and then said it was too much. The idea of comparing costs to alternatives or even understanding what would happen if it wasn't paid for never occurred to her. So I decided to be blunt since she wasn't reading over my form. Because Hush needs a functioning shower and toilet. She cannot exactly fit in a public restroom, and she has the same hygiene needs as human beings. So if she doesn't have a functioning shower or toilet, what do you intend she do? I asked the marshal, whose eyes grew wide for a second, but then looked down at the number again. But the cost? Fine. It'll be approved. Construction begins today. She agreed, and we moved on with the meeting. The contract with the marshal and with Isle City dictated that they would take care of her basic needs and pay her for her services rendered. What I never intended to fight them on was the definition of what was or wasn't a basic need. Imagine standing in front of a public town hall in front of numerous citizens and 13 viscounts and telling them to their face that refusing to fund the clothing budget for their newest superhero would result in her not having any clothes at all. Then imagine that council asking for proof to justify that not having money for specially made clothes would result in her not having clothes. This side of the political game was a lot harder than the one I was playing for years. That side was simple. Tell your Viscount how they were to vote, send a bribe to another, promise to vote for a proposal to someone else, and cash in a favor for yet another. But here, I had to play by the written rules. So, it was a lot of work and a lot of patience. But thankfully for a Hush and my own sanity, I still had my secrets. A little blackmail goes a long way, especially if you stay anonymous. Then you can wait and use the same threat again later. The trick is not to use the same threat too closely, and to use something that is recent enough to be scandalous, not so recent that they may spin it in a different way. The royal family had a lot of secrets. Even lowly viscounts were no different. Every one of them had a different level of what was or wasn't too scandalous for them. One viscount may cave with a single picture taken of them at the water park because they didn't want people to know that they were spending time in a water park. Another viscount wanted her sex parties hidden because she had a public persona of being one of the main supporters of the Anti-Sex League. Then you very carefully tailor the blackmail to them. A quick email from the shadow web to a personal email that the Viscount thinks is private, but is actually extremely easy to find. And then suddenly approval for Hush's new wardrobe, bed, board, stipend, and an expense report were approved with minimal grumbling. Although obtaining the funding and support was difficult as it was a lot easier on me than what I had to do for the academy. Sure, politics are difficult, but I knew it was for the right reasons. What I did for Agamemnon was physically easy, but it weighed heavily on my heart. We discussed it many times in class, and logically, it all made sense. A new hero, a possible threat, or ally. First thing you did was learn about them. Learn everything you can and process that information and give it back to my superiors in the academy, including Admin Agamemnon himself. It was so easy to tell Hush we had to run tests to figure out her abilities. She agreed wholeheartedly, and I just had to make another call to another ally of the academy. Technidius was a master of both nanotechnology and gigatechnology. So he would design and work with computers the size of molecules and machines the size of individual cells, allowing him to build amazing spy technology that could be snuck in anywhere on a single centi. However, it was his gigatechnology that was what I needed. Gigatechnology was the exact opposite of nanotechnology. Machines and electronics built to still be functional even on a much larger scale. You see it all the time in industrial settings, such as ovens designed to heat up hundreds of thousands of pounds of food evenly, desalinization machines designed to turn seawater potable for an entire city, or scales that had to be accurate to the gram, but also large enough to measure full oil tankers. So, we would have to take all of Hush's tests on Technidius's personal lab in the abandoned Rose District. After the arrangements were made our way over there, I was escorted in one of the Vanguard's killer pillars, with about half a dozen support staff or rangers, while Hush took what was supposed to be the longer way, walking. The killer pillar left first while the streets were cleared for Hush's walking path. Fort Zipacna's drawbridge was lowered, and the streets from our district were cleared so we could reach the Rose District. Just over a third of the districts in Isle City were abandoned. There used to be 21 districts with 21 viscounts. There were now 13, with my former boss replaced by his son in no time. The districts were abandoned when they were considered too difficult to protect from the ocean, or if the majority of the viscounts decided to remove government from a specific district to get back at a specific viscount. So, when that happened, the city council officially announced that there was no longer a government in the abandoned district, and the residents were given a week to leave, or else they would be considered lost forever. Most residents evacuate when given a week, but some choose to stay. Some abandoned districts weren't too bad. They still had utilities, free of dangerous kaiju. They just lacked a formal government, but everyone was still friendly, if a bit isolated. And then there were districts that a zombie apocalypse would actually be an improvement. The people who lived in those districts didn't do so for very long. Rose District was somewhere between those two. Technitas had a complex in the Rose District when the city council voted it to be abandoned to get back at the Viscount who approved Technitas having a complex built there. They figured it would drive him away from Isle City and into a different city. The only thing it did was cut them off from a new source of taxes and give Technitas a place where he could do his work without any government interference. So, within the complex, The Rose District was quite nice for everyone who lived and worked there. There was power, water, internet, food, and safe places to sleep. A pleasant little corporatocracy. You work, you get a place to live, as long as you keep working and never insult your boss. Just outside the walls of the compound, it was a ghost town. No residents remained outside the compound very long, for reasons no one survived long enough to share. Although I suspected the reason why the district was empty probably had to do with Technitus's never-ending test subject. This was where we had to do Hush's tests. When we crossed into the Rose District, there was a very clear contrast. For the 3 blocks leading up to the Rose District, there were warning signs everywhere, warning where we were going. Warning, Rose District ahead. Warning, District abandoned. And finally, the sign on the chain link fence separating both the districts. Unlike the professional signs, this one was spray painted on a corrugated steel plate and bolted to the fence. But still, the warning felt very serious despite its unprofessional nature. This town will take everything you have and make you feel guilty about it all. Leave ASAP. When we made it to the fence, one of the rangers left to unlock the fence and open it. It creaked open, and the killer pillar drove forward only to stop for the fence to be locked. We drove forward another 3 blocks before we came across another fence. This one wasn't chain link, but reinforced steel that was 5 meters tall, with no sign on it. This gate took longer to open, and when it opened, it was without a creak, as we finally drove into the Rose District proper. Dual fences were used to keep anyone from getting too close to anything dangerous, and to keep anything dangerous from getting too close to getting out. It wasn't like the movies, with a single fence containing everything. The Rose District looked like every other abandoned district I saw before. Stagnant seawater that was a few centimeters deep covered the road. Trash was scattered everywhere. Plants were overgrown, and the concrete was starting to chip and crack. The buildings were still standing, and oddly enough, the glass was still whole. Cloudy, but whole. Most of the time when a district was abandoned, there were looters or vandals. But apparently, when the Rose District was abandoned, there was enough time for looting or vandalism. Very strange indeed. As we made our way towards the compound, I felt a distant boom before I heard it, and it got closer and closer. As it got closer, I watched the vanguard with me start to worry. Was it an earthquake? A kaiju stomping towards us? The keeper of the deep? But as it came from where we came from, my heart slowed as I shouted to everyone. It's okay, everyone. Our hero is here. Just as Hush jumped over the fence and made her way to the compound. I had seen Hush many times by that point, but this was the first time I saw her running. She looked so free and in so much joy. The world couldn't hold her down, and I knew that if she could, she would run for hours to keep the feeling this way, if she could. My analytical mind noted that she was running quicker than 343 meters per second, so she was definitely outrunning the speed of sound. So that would need to be countered if we were going to take her down. That thought felt so sinister. Like an illness I had lived with my entire life had reminded me that it was still there, when I just wanted to look over her. I almost had to tell that part of myself to shut up, while I watched Hush run to the compound in the distance. Even in the distance, I could see Hush was still smiling, and she waved to us as we made our way to Technitus's compound. As we drove, the man next to me let out a strange laugh. So, do you think she's single? She, he asked me, probably assuming I was one of his people. Unfortunately, he was going to get a very quick lesson. She isn't, and she doesn't go for men, I answered simply, and he sputtered as he backtracked, trying to sound less weird. Hey, I was just asking a question. I'm sure it's completely normal to wonder, right? He said. I'm pretty sure to do what you are wondering would be painfully lethal to you and completely pleasureless to her. If I were you, I would focus on your job and leave your wondering about keto class heroines to your off duty hours like a sane person. I told him as I took a few notes in my notebook. What the fuck does that mean? He asked, clearly confused. So I decided to spell it out for him. Have you ever been slapped by a woman because you kept making advances, even though she said no? I asked him, and I could tell by the blush on his face that had happened. Well, imagine being slapped by someone who can literally hit like a freight train. I warned him, and judging by the way he turned pale, he finally got it. I turned back to my notes, trying to get my mind away from a ranger's fantasies about my friend, before he decided to just make that impossible. Stupid bitch. At that point, I wasn't going to let it go. I was willing to let it go without repercussions before, but at that point, he needed a true lesson. He knew I could hear him, but no one else could, so if I called him out, he could argue I was trying to cause a fight. After all, he was an experienced Vanguard Ranger, and I was a brand new liaison. If we both went to the Marshal, whose word would be believed? So, if I was going to get revenge, I was going to have to do it in a way where he couldn't tell anyone else, but where he unquestionably knew it was me. I let that simmer in the back of my mind as we pulled up to the compound. The gates opened and we pulled into the compound. It resembled a tech campus from somewhere like the Triple Alliance. Pure white buildings, sidewalks, trees carefully cut just so, and people looking relaxed and calm. Keyword looking. I could tell from a glance that everyone was stressed out of their minds, but trying to distract themselves from it. A level of stress I was familiar with for those who worked with Technitus. He was a brilliant man, but he had no tolerance for anyone who slowed him down or who struggled with what he had to teach. He was incredibly impatient, and the idea of repetitive research and publication was beneath his interests. Even in the Mad Scientists Union, an organization not exactly well known for high standards of ethical practices, considered Technitus a rogue scientist. He wouldn't be allowed to work for them, so he found employment at Agamemnon's. And even as a rogue scientist who was banned from working with other mad scientists, he still found contract work with the Seven Cities. We got set up in a warehouse on the campus, which was, thankfully, large enough for Hush to stand. We could see some of the large equipment set up, some of which I could recognize at the large scale. A Newton's punching bag, treadmill, and others I couldn't recognize nearly as much, such as a large archway full of satellite dishes, needles, and arms. Maybe a medical device of some kind? That was certainly odd. Hush didn't seem nervous at all. She seemed excited, almost bouncing from leg to leg as the last touches were made, and Technitas made an appearance. He didn't appear in person, of course, but his voice crackled through the speakers and a projector lit up, showing us a still image of Technitas's face. He had pale skin, blue sunglasses, and messy brown hair that almost reached his ears. In all of my years, I never met him in person, but I was certain he did exist. The persona he gave off was too ridiculous to be anything but real. "Welcome, everyone. This is my lab," he said before the image flickered, showing us a picture of a Labrador retriever with a large branch in his mouth. That brought a laugh to everyone, myself included. He made this joke often, but it was a lot better than letting him get impatient with us. "And this is my laboratory," he said, lights coming on and showing all of the equipment around us. "Now, these tests are to give us a better idea of what to expect with your abilities. So far, the only thing we know about you, Hush, is that you're big. But even with that information, there's still a lot of things we don't know that may prove helpful. For example, why are you so light?" "Well, I work out a lot," Hush said. After a moment, there was a laugh in the group as Technitas explained. "Not quite what I meant. According to the square cube law, you should be quite a bit heavier than you are, but you're not. So your anatomy may not be strictly human. And honestly, I'm not even sure if it's anthropomorphic. But that's what these tests are for. So your first task is to drink the water in front of you." A spotlight lit up, showing a large barrel of water. Sure enough, Hush grabs the barrel and drank it quickly. "What is this going to prove? How quickly can I metabolize water?" she asked, and I felt a shiver run up my spine. I didn't know how he was going to react to being interrupted again. Thankfully, he seemed to be in a good mood. "No, we are tracking things like your heart rate and other functions using nanomachines inside the water. It will communicate with each device so we can get an idea of where you are physically fit, and of course how to scale it to our size. You're clearly stronger than a normal person, but the question remains, are you just strong compared to a Typicam, or would you still be strong at your old size? How much of a threat are you?" he meant. That was the purpose of these tests. How powerful was she, and were there any weaknesses that could be exploited? Most strengths had a weakness built right in. Most Exami that had super strength usually had less endurance. Those who could heal quickly had to consume a lot to keep healing, and those who were super durable usually overheated easily. That being all said, there were enough unknowns with Hush. These tests were needed. So first, I want you on the treadmill. Start at a walk and gradually increase your speed until you reach your top speed. Both May and I will be keeping track of your heart rate whenever you're ready," he said as she flashed me a thumbs up and got onto the large treadmill, while I checked my own tablet. Her statistics were visible to me on the tablet. Her heart rate was an extremely low 18 beats per minute at rest, as she started to walk and then gradually jog on the treadmill. For typical humans, the resting heart rate was usually 60 beats a minute. Her heart rate would be lethally slow if she was a Typicam, but her heart rate did make sense for a creature of her size. Blue whales were a similar size, and their heart rate ranged from 2 beats per minute to 33 beats per minute. A larger heart could pump more blood all at once, but the blood also needed more time to reach the muscles and organs. It was part of the reason why creatures like mice and hummingbirds had such high heart rates, while megafauna like elephants and rhinos had such slow heart rates. As I watched Hush's speed increase without her heart rate even ticking up, I noticed something odd about the warehouse. All of the doors were shut, and the staff that were bustling around were now mysteriously absent. And I noticed a headache I was having. It was just enough to know it was there, but not enough to say anything. Now my paranoia was in full swing. I looked at the rangers. All of them looked sleepy, and despite not doing much, they were all exhausted and sitting on some chairs. With that, my suspicion was confirmed as I quickly lifted my shirt to cover my face as I held it close. It wouldn't do a lot, but with some focus and the impromptu mask, I might be able to last a few minutes. This wasn't what I thought it was. Most standard procedures about new assets were to examine them and figure out if they were worth controlling or destroying. I figured that was what this was, especially since that was what I was told. But now I knew Hush was too much of a risk. She wasn't even worth assessing. She was only worth destroying. Everything fits now. Have someone entrusted to bring her to an isolated location and put her in a situation where she would be distracted and vulnerable. They didn't know about any real weaknesses, so a bullet or poison via injection were not viable. At her size, they couldn't really poison her with the drink. Radiation was a big unknown that would likely make her more dangerous. However, she does breathe, and if they put her in a situation where she breathes heavily, and where she is likely to ignore the symptoms of the poisonous gas until it was too late for her to do anything, well, then they might have her. As for the Rangers and I, we were just collateral damage. That hurt me even more than the idea of them hurting Hush. I served the Academy loyally for years. I did everything right. I was one of the best possible students who brought in so much money, and I did so much good for Agamemnon. And when they had the chance to hurt a threat, they didn't even try to get me out of danger. They were willing to sacrifice me without any hesitation. I was Iphengia to them. In that moment, with the gas starting to collect on the bottom of my lungs, I looked at that story from a different perspective. We were told that Agamemnon was justified. If he wasn't willing to sacrifice his own daughter, then he wouldn't be worthy of the prize of destroying Troy. But how did it look from Iphengia's position? She is watching her father try to capture her aunt. She watches her dad make questionable choices, sacrificing his own soldiers, burning villages, and torturing enemies. But she tells herself that it's all justified. She loves and she trusts her father, so everything was going to be all right. After all, he still loved her, and he would never hurt her nor let anyone hurt her. But one night he tells you he needs something from you. You get worried, but you tell yourself you trust him. You tell yourself you're going to be okay. He lies to you and tells you that you are going to be okay, even as he ties you to the stake and lies the wood around your feet. You ignore the evidence in front of you. You try and tell yourself that it cannot be what it looks like. He loves you. He would never hurt you. You sacrificed for him. You believed in him. You supported him when no one else did. Surely your father would never sacrifice you. You tell yourself that, even as the smoke makes your eyes water. You tell yourself it has to be a test, as the flames lick your feet. You tell yourself that it isn't what it looks like, even as your eyes close for the last time, and you convince yourself that the man who is burning you alive, get a better wind, loves you as much as you love him. He will tell himself it was worth it. He will tell himself it hurt him, but he's still around and he wins. So it's his tragedy. Ignoring that from your perspective, it isn't a tragedy. It's murder. The people I trusted were about to murder me to get to Hush. In that moment, the part of me that had been pushed around ever since Aurora moved into my life didn't bend. It didn't move. It pushed back. This situation I was in was impossible. And if it was an impossible situation, then I was going to find an impossible solution. I decided no more. I had given away piece after piece of myself, but at that moment I decided no more. No more of myself was going to be given away. Hush, we need to leave now. There's poison in the air, I called out, and she paused on the treadmill, only to sway for a moment, recognition hitting her eyes. It was something I loved about her. She had such a curious mind, but when danger occurred, she never reacted, she acted. Immediately, she ran to the massive doors we came in through, and she ran into them, leading with her shoulder. There was the sound of her hitting metal, but the door didn't budge. Oh, Adansi, it was too much for her to move. She weighed as much as a whale, and she stood taller than most buildings in Isle City. And she still wasn't strong enough to move these doors. I felt a creep of panic creep into me. If Hush wasn't strong enough, then what were we going to do? While that dark thought crept through my mind, something unexpected happened. Hush punched the door, and when that didn't work, she punched it again. It barely dented the metal, her knuckles split, and I could see blood fall, and still she hit the door as hard as she could. Here she was, in a situation she couldn't possibly win, and she still wasn't giving up. It didn't seem like she was bothered at all. She just struck the door as hard as she could to get it open, and when that failed, she just hit it harder. That curious personality quirk of hers, the determination to keep going no matter what, a trait we only discussed in the academy as a trait to exploit, never as a trait to possess. But in that moment, with poison in my throat and hopelessness in my heart, I wanted her determination. So I decided I would borrow hers. If Hush wasn't going to give up, neither was I. There was no point in keeping it a secret anymore. If I was going to live, both Hush and Agamemnon would learn my secret. But if that secret lets me live, then so be it. I removed the Rethin device from my pocket. It had been nearly 10 years since I used it, but it was as polished as ever. I selected my size to maximum and pressed the button. Even with the poison slowing my mind and muscles, I could feel the power of the device flow through me. Every cell charged, like I just finished a refreshing bout of exercise, and I just drank refreshing water. I forgot how good this power felt, and for a moment I wondered why I ever let that feeling go. Now at my full size, I was still a head shorter than Hush, but I still stood tall, and I planted my feet, and I pressed my hand against the door as I pushed as hard as I could. For a moment, Hush looked confused, then accepted what she saw. I loved that about her. As I pressed against the steel doors with all my weight and my feet braced against the door, as the doors creaked against my body weight. Hush was strong, but she was a lot lighter than I was. Physics dictated the energy would be the mass of an object times the force squared. So if I added my weight to Hush's force, maybe Hush punched at the same spot. This time the door finally cracked open and we both pushed them open as fresh air filled the warehouse. We both took gulping breaths for almost a minute before Hush finally glanced my way and asked, I love the look. Are you thinking about making this a regular thing? She teased, and I laughed before I finally stood back straight. Away from the poison air, the Rangers were starting to stir, but they were still passed out. They would need a hospital quickly. I can explain, but for now let's get them to St. Peter's, as I told her as I quickly set my size back to normal. I would have a long explanation for Hush later. Content warning. Subject contains depictions of domestic abuse. Viewer discretion is advised. The Rangers were in St. Peter's Hospital, and after filling out the incident forms for each of them, I finally got a quiet moment with Hush. Incident forms were an essential part of a successful bureaucracy. However, that didn't make filling out almost exactly the same information a dozen times any easier. Done with that, and with a sore writing hand, I went outside to where Hush stood. At her height, she couldn't wait inside with me, and she couldn't even wait on the sidewalk. Blocking traffic was a major concern, but so was distracting traffic. So it wasn't just finding space, but finding space from where she away from where she could distract others. It was tricky in one of the busiest districts of Isle City, but fortunately, just a few blocks away, there was an isolated parking lot that was surrounded on all sides with skyscrapers that were closed for the day. I made my way to the isolated area, and at first, I didn't see Hush at all. There were a couple of filthy trash bins and a lot more filthy litter on the ground, and my shoulders slumped. She wasn't here, like she said she was. She promised me she would let me explain, and she left me here instead. A perfect spot for me to be captured by the Vigiles Urbani, or worse. I turned ready to run when I saw Hush was standing there, just off to the side where I couldn't see her. Despite her massive size, she was completely silent and she was observing me. Not sure why. Normally I could tell what people were trying to do, but I was so used to Hush being sincere that the idea of her hiding anything from me was a mystery. She knelt down, careful not to touch the ground, as she whispered just loud enough for me to hear. May, I don't know what's going on. You knew something about Technitis that I didn't, and then you were almost as big as I was, but then you're normal sized again? Are you an XME too? A spy? What is going on? What's bothering you? She asked me, and for the first time in so long, my eyes filled with tears. I couldn't help it. It was like a dam broke and it all came flooding out. As the tears fell, I looked towards the ground, trying to stare at a rat stealing a condom. I couldn't let Hush see me cry. I had to be strong. So much of the world depended on me, and I couldn't let anyone down. Hush was physically strong, but she didn't know that I was overwhelmed. I had to be strong. I had to stop crying. Hush's finger gently caressed the bottom of my chin and gently lifted my face up to meet hers. It wasn't rough, it was barely a touch, and I was again in awe of how gentle her touch was. Violent Valiant wasn't half as gentle in his touch, and even though her touch felt more like a suggestion than her forcing me to look at her, I still looked up at her face. Her normal performer smile was gone. There was concern on her face, which was blown up like it belonged on the theater screen. Her face couldn't possibly hide anything, but I could see in the deep brown pools of her eyes unshed tears. Not tears for herself, but tears for me. She was concerned for me, but she was being emotionally strong for me. She wanted me to speak, and she wanted to know what was wrong for me. For years, I hadn't had a conversation that wasn't professional or it was about someone else. Even with my boyfriend, it was always about him. He only asked about me when it was about money or if he needed to know something for his plans. After all of these years, it was a shock, but not an entirely unpleasant one. Her index finger lowered, and so did her entire hand, laid out flat in front of me, and it took a moment before I realized what she was offering me. Her hand was like a platform, and she wanted me to get on. I would be entirely at her mercy, but I would also be closer with her. She would have the power to bring harm to me without me having any ability to protect myself. It would also mean that nothing could get to me without getting through her first. Putting my trust in her meant that I would be giving her the power to crush me by closing her fist or to lift me up by reaching out her hand. I climbed onto her hand. The first thing I noticed was how warm and soft her hand felt. The heat seemed to radiate off of her in waves, and I realized how cold I was in the shadows as I pulled my duster around me as she gently lifted me up. She slowly went from a crouch to standing, and even then the sudden change in height was almost vertigo-inducing. Using the Rethan device to grow was not like going up in a hand. I wasn't in control, and despite myself, I gripped on tight to her slightly raised thumb as Hush finally stood up straight, her hand cupped with her other hand underneath the one I was on. Her hand rested against her chest as she looked down at me, and I could hear her heartbeat. The bass was very slow, but the power behind her heart could be felt in her hand, and I looked up in her eyes. She whispered to me again, "So you don't have to worry about anyone else hearing you. Just explain, and I promise I will listen. No one can hurt you here," she said in a very soft voice, and deep down, I believed her. I looked down, ashamed of everything, as I began to tell her everything. I started with Lockhart, telling her how I was essentially an alien to her entire world. I told her about Aurora, about what I did to my mother, how I changed my name so often I don't even know who I was anymore. I told her about sleep and losing Charlie. I told her about how I took the path least traveled to get to Earth. Tears were falling from my eyes when I told her about Agamemnon's Academy for Accelerated Apprenticeship. I felt sobs come out of my throat when I told her some of the terrible things I did as a special corporate liaison. When I was doing them, it was easy to convince myself it wasn't my fault. All I did was make phone calls and appointments and didn't think about some of the things being asked. It was easier to look at the things that felt boring, easier to think of myself as a secretary. In Hush's hands, close to her heart and underneath her eyes, I couldn't lie to myself. I knew what I was doing was wrong. I knew that at least some of those appointments were for assassination. I ruined people's lives. I watched as a curious intern experiment it with the chem and then became dependent, then functionally addicted, and then non functionally addicted. All the way up to the day he was fired, he would come back to my office for more and more. I kept telling myself I wasn't the one giving it to him. I just took his money, found the chem, and then gave it to him. I thought I could avoid the pain by saying it wasn't my fault. I didn't realize I was carrying the pain because I got so good at ignoring it. I had no tears for the Viscount when I told Hush what I did for him, but I had plenty of tears for everyone's lives I ruined by pandering to his flights of passion. Sure, a lot of money to break a few laws on a boat sounds nice, but when your patron gets bored, suddenly the money is gone, and so is your protection from the Vigiles Urbani. A wealthy politician completely buys out a theater just for himself. Sounds like a good investment. Until the next week when the theater suddenly has to sell seats again, and everyone in the city knows you as the theater that canceled everyone's tickets with no prior warning. It was so easy when I was his imperial liaison to tell myself I was just following orders. I was just making someone happy. I was doing my job, and I was doing it well. I was the best grad student in the academy. I thought that the dim cries of those lives ruined was what everyone on Earth dealt with when they were doing the right thing. I thought it was normal to cry yourself to sleep when on Earth. The hardest thing to tell Hush was what the Academy wanted to do with her. They wanted her as a weapon or a possible ally. They had me spy on her and tell them everything I knew. They had us head to Technidius to try and get an idea of her power. But when I realized that they were going to gas us all to kill her, they were willing to sacrifice me to get her out of the picture. I thought that there was going to be some loyalty from the Academy to me as well. I served them loyally. I got perfect grades in every class. I succeeded in every project. Even when my heart grew heavy from what I had to do, or when my hands were slippery from the blood that coated them, I remained loyal and convinced that I was going to be rewarded in the end. There was money, but the money couldn't have been the final reward, could it? I knew when, and in that warehouse, that my life was worth disposing of, But when I was in Hush's hand, I realized just how messed up it all was. If I was their most valuable student, one of their best, and I was worth more dead than alive, then so was everyone else. Would Violent Valiant even get a notice that I was dead? Or would he just come home one day and realize that I wasn't around anymore? Would he even notice that I was gone? After I told Hush everything, my face was still down, looking at her palm, with tears falling. I had done so many terrible things. I accepted that I was a bad person before, but when I told Hush about them all, I realized just how bad I was. I wanted to live a life free of pain after everything that happened in Lockhart, but here I realized all I did was hurt others, and I didn't even lessen my own pain. I only strengthened it. On her hand, in tears, lost in memory, I became aware of Hush's index finger from her other hand, gently brushing the tears out of my eyes. After the tears were wiped away, she lifted my chin again to look her in the eyes. I expected to see anger in her eyes, hatred, or even disgust. What I saw instead was gentle care. Even after confessing everything I did, she didn't seem upset at me at all. She only looked concerned for me. You went through so much. I know you made mistakes, but you are still alive. You still have a chance to do the right thing. If the Academy tried to kill you, then you don't have to be loyal to them anymore. Let them go. Join the Vanguard, for real this time, and then join me. I cannot promise freedom from pain, because pain is part of life, but you can get a chance to do what I do, she whispered to me. And what is that? I asked with a sniffle. Help others. I made mistakes too, but when I help people, I know that is never a mistake. I know doing the right thing isn't easy, but it does help quiet the guilt. It does? I asked, not quite believing her. When you were breaking down the door with me, what did you feel? I thought back to it. I was scared. I felt like I was going to die. But pushing against that door, knowing I was helping Hush and knowing I was going to fight with everything I had, I felt alive. I felt strong. And in that moment, the quiet whispers telling me everything I did wrong were quiet. All that mattered was the door, and I achieved it. I think you're right. I think it'll be hard, but I want to try, I told her. My tears finally started to dry, and for another moment, the whispers quieted for a second. I will have to get my stuff from my boyfriend, I admitted. I don't think I will be able to do it with your help. I can grab it and be back safely. Hush's face turned overcast for a moment. Her permanently sunny disposition turned cloudy, a warning of the storm that I didn't know she had in her. You sure? I'm certain I could carry a lot, she said, and I laughed before I asked something else. I am sure, but I have one favor to ask. When I asked it to her, she nodded, lifting me higher and setting me on her shoulder as she leaned back against the building as we both looked at a reflection in the skyscraper's windows across from us. I know that I could barely see myself compared to Hush, but in my mind's eye, I was large enough for her to wrap her arm around me. This was something that I knew I wanted, something that I had kept secret for so long. But in this moment, there were no secrets, no past, no pain, just a gentle present and a hopeful future. A moment that I hoped would never end, but I knew that it couldn't last forever. How much time do we have? Hush asked me, and I snuggled against her neck for a moment. She was so warm, but unlike her hands, her neck felt like it was made of steel. I could hear the flow of blood in her blood vessels like they were pipes. You weren't really aware of the blood flow normally, but when there's hundreds of liters just a few centimeters away, I became very aware. And her breath, I could hear it, and not just when she exhaled or inhaled. Snuggling against her neck, I could hear her breath inside her trachea, her own miniature wind tunnel, and I was only more in awe of the power she's possessed just by breathing. And yet she was so gentle with her breathing that you never would have guessed. Just a few more minutes, I said, laying a kiss on her cheek. I wasn't sure she felt it, but I could see her blushing in the reflection. She did feel it. Someday we are going to have a talk about how you can punch a kaiju without any pain, but you can still feel my kiss. I teased her as I ran my hands across her neck and I whispered, "Thank you for everything, Naya." "You're welcome, Amorali," she said with my true name. A name I entrusted with her before I entrusted her with who I was. Maybe it was a sign of how things were meant to be. We discussed how it was supposed to go. I would have an hour to grab what I needed. If I wasn't able to be out of there before time was up, she would have a friend of hers go in to find me. I even gave her my address and the code to open the apartment. I trusted her, and I trusted that everything would go well. Sure, my boyfriend was loyal to the academy, also, but he also graduated back when he was in secondary school, and he had no desire to learn more. He was a chem-addled grunt. They wouldn't trust him with the fact I was alive. I departed from Hush and I headed to my apartment. It was on a rare, quiet street full of apartments. If you saw it from a car, you wouldn't have thought much about them. They looked like every other apartment in Isle City. Small patches of grass and weak trees, cars parked in front of the sidewalk, nothing suspicious, and you could move on without knowing anything was wrong. But if you were careful, you would notice a few things out of the ordinary. How every door didn't have a key, but had a keypad. How the windows were never opened, and the blinds always stayed closed. Anyone who went in or out of the apartments never lingered long. They kept the complex quiet, and there was no point in staying around. The complex was owned by the Academy, and it was one of several locations in the Seven Cities where their workers could live out in public without always watching themselves. It was private enough we didn't have to worry about being outed by mistake, but it was public enough that we could have friends or guests over without setting up red flags when they come over. Perfect place for us to hide from the world by being a part of it. It was also why Hush couldn't be seen anywhere near it. She was well known and very hard to hide. If she was seen headed into this complex, everyone would evacuate and take all they could carry and burn the rest. Not something I needed to happen to me. Thankfully, when I made it to my apartment, I entered my 8-digit code and the door clicked open for me as I entered. I was relieved to not see Violent Valiant sleeping on the couch. He was supposed to be out for the day, moving boxes for Surgeon Slaughter, so he should be gone for a while. Still, not wanting to give anyone in the academy time to find me, I made my way to my closet to grab my legal bag. Another lesson from Agamemnon's Academy for Accelerated Apprenticeship. Prepare to leave in a short time and be sure you can grab your legal documents quickly. I was leaving behind my clothes, most of my stuff, and, of course, my memories in this apartment. However, trying to start a new life without a passport, a bank account, nor ID would not work out in my favor. I silently thanked my past self for being so paranoid to include Denari in my bag as I grabbed it and I headed to the door. I was in my apartment for less than 30 seconds. To the outside world, it would have looked like I was just grabbing something, and then I would vanish. People disappear this way every day, but unlike most of them, I had a place to go that I knew I was going to be safe. I was smiling to myself when I opened the door, and I saw Violent Valiant standing right outside. My smile dropped when I saw his own smile. "Honey, I'm home," he said as he leaned down to kiss me as he pushed his way into the apartment, pushing me back by not giving me space as he shut and locked the door behind himself. This behavior wasn't odd for him. He was used to taking up a lot of space and pushing his way through everything. I stopped noticing and caring a long time ago, but right now in this situation, when I was only a couple of meters away from abandoning this life, he was stopping me, and he didn't even know he was doing it. Fortunately, he didn't notice my legal bag because it was the same briefcase I took to work every day. But still, I was now in a very precarious situation. As far as the Academy was concerned, I was an enemy. While I was certain they weren't going to reach out to Violent Valiant to ask him to kill me, but I couldn't be certain he wouldn't have heard about it already. So now I had to act as normal as possible, while also trying to get out of my apartment without him noticing. "Hi there, so you're home early," I told him with a big, fake smile, and he thankfully accepted it as he kept standing in the way as he flexed his arms to demonstrate his apparent strength. Yeah, it turns out that Surgeon Slaughter underestimated my strength. I moved all of the boxes in half the time. He even gave me a nice bonus, so you know what that means? He said, beaming, and I nodded. "We're going out tonight?" I said, hoping this might be the case. I could slip away at a restaurant, and with how much he drank and ate, he wouldn't notice for a while. He responded with a chuckle as he patted a condescending hand on my shoulder as he led me towards the kitchen. His arm wrapped around my shoulders as he led me. Normal behavior for him, but for the first time ever, a chill ran down my spine as he led me away from the locked door. "Going out? No, I figured we could order some flatbreads and eat at home tonight. There's a new movie on Share My Day that I want to see, and besides, with everything going on, I want to celebrate both of us." "Us?" I asked, now concerned. I had known Violent Valiant a long time. He loved to talk about himself and about his plans. He never spoke about us, always about him, and the only time he ever mentioned us was when he wanted something from me, and he wanted me to feel like I was just an extension of him. His arm still wrapped around my shoulder, he opened the freezer to pull out one of his ice-cold beers. As he popped the cap off with his thumb, and he took a long swig from it, there was silence as he drank. The only sound was the pounding of my heart in my ears. There had to be no way he knew, and even if by some stretch of the imagination he did, I was still the more powerful one. I could escape him easily. These thoughts kept me from going into a full-on panic, but I could still feel terror fill my veins as my soon-to-be ex-boyfriend drank the beer in front of me. His bottle now finished, he sat the empty bottle on the counter. He turned to face me, and I could smell the alcohol on his breath. His miasma wafted through my face as he finally spoke. Well, yeah, us. I had a great day at work, and I heard you had quite an eventful day at your work. Weren't you visiting Technitis today? He said with a chuckle as he opened the freezer again to grab another beer. He knows. That thought ran through my head, so I knew it was best to let go of all pretenses. I tried to lift his arm off of my shoulders, but it was like it was made of steel. Even when I tried to duck, his grip only hurt me as I pulled. He didn't even budge. He just opened his second beer bottle as he started to sip at it this time. You know, I'm not even angry at you for lying, or for trying to protect the bitch. I am disappointed. You had such amazing power, and you just had to keep it all to yourself. He sipped at his beer as he turned to face me. He kissed me. Disgust filled me, starting from where his lips touched me, and all I could think about was how filthy he felt, especially with the beer in his breath. We could have been making real money. Do you know how much your power is worth? And then you couldn't have just died with dignity. That would have been so much simpler. No, you had to make things complicated. And now, well, Agamemnon and Technitis decided you are now worth more alive than dead. So, will you come willingly? Or am I going to have to make you? He asked me. I didn't respond with words. I headbutted him straight in his face, and as he reached up to his now bloody nose, I quickly ran to the front door, my fingers fumbling with the lock as I felt a familiar, yet new tingling in my body. Before I could figure out what it was, I watched in horror as everything grew around me. My fingers fumbled, and soon the door handle and the lock were far above my head. Even when I jumped, I couldn't reach it. But that was impossible. Only the Rethen device could change my size. My hand flew to my pocket to feel the watch, only to realize it wasn't there at all. I turned to where Violent Valiant stood, one hand holding a rag up to his bloody nose. The other held the Rethen device. How? I squeaked out, barely recognizing my voice, as he spoke through his bloody nose. A bit of telekinesis, and you never even notice. I think you actually broke my nose, so congrats on that hit, bitch. But the next one is mine. He marched over to where I was, and I never felt so helpless since I saw the wolf in the forest. Even in just a few strides over to where I was, I could feel the vibrations in his steps, and when he was less than a meter away from me, I realized I wasn't even half as tall as he was. He could really hurt me. I watched in horror as he raised his fist like he was about to hit me. I lifted my arms up to protect myself and screwed my eyes shut. I waited for a blow that never came, but I could hear Valiant's cruel chuckle. I heard it many times, especially when describing what he did at work. But now, I don't like it. You're so pathetic. I don't know what they see in you, he said, just as I opened my eyes, my arms still raised. But I saw as his open hand descended down to grab my hair. He dragged me against the door as he brought my face up to his face's level. He leaned in close and his face filled my entire view. And even then, I couldn't see his entire face, just his eyes and his bleeding nose. Lucky for you, they want you unhurt. Otherwise, I would break every bone in your body, he whispered. Is that right? Yeah. I immediately spat in his eye when he answered. He lowered his head and his other hand lifted up to wipe his face. You fucking whore, he started as I pressed my back hard against the door, as I lifted my legs to where his head was now, picking him solidly as I could at my size, and now he backed his head away from me. Sadly, his grip on my hair only tightened. Why the hell would you do that? He asked like it was a legitimate question. He apparently expected me to be a good little hostage and go along with it like I went along with everything else in life. I was not, and even if he was going to take me hostage, I was going to make it hard for him. I responded by giving him my biggest smile, and I lifted both of my hands up with my fingers in a very rude gesture. No words needed to be said. He knew what I thought about him. Now furious, he raised his fist again, ready to strike at me. Only for me not to close my eyes. I kept my eyes to his as he lifted his fist in fury. He paused for a moment before he yelled in exasperation as he punched the door next to my face. I could feel the air from his punch and the way it caused the door to vibrate against my body. He was making it known that he was willing to hurt me and that he would hurt me. He just wasn't doing it now. But I still kept my eye contact with him, my flinching suppressed as I kept the eye contact. I think I have a resolution, he said as he walked to the kitchen, dragging me along by my hair, as he opened a cupboard, pulling out an empty glass. Ah, Tavit, I whispered to myself, as I realized what he was doing. He lifted me again, dangling me over the counter with one hand. With his other hand, he took the Rethin device out of his pocket. He said nothing as he set it for the smallest size. The smile he had was genuine, like this was the happiest he had been in years. And that unsettled me far more than any words he could have said. A click of the button and the tingling overwhelmed my body again. As the world grew larger yet again, I was pulled up, closer to the fingers that held my hair. When it was over, I dangled from his thumb and index finger, and his face looked even larger than Hush's did earlier. He kept me dangled over the glass before he finally lowered me into the glass. He did so gently, and that made it much worse. When I was dropping to the bottom of the glass, I looked up at the top of the glass, wondering if I could climb out before Valiant added insult to injury. He grabbed the glass and quickly flipped it over on the counter. I was stuck looking at him, a centimeter tall, in a glass I couldn't break out of. The lines of the grout let me breathe, but didn't offer me enough to get a grip. Valiant finally added the final insult by showing me the amount of time I had left. Only a few minutes left. So, what happens when time runs out? He asked, and the look of abject terror on my face answered his question. He smiled again and got on his knees as he rested his arms on the counter and his head on his arms. As he stared at me while I was stuck in the glass, I could hear the ticking of the Rethen device, counting down as I desperately tried to find a way out. First, I tried to fit my fingers under the glass by the grout, but no matter how hard I tried to lift, I couldn't make it budge. I even tried running into the glass, hoping to make it tip over or maybe head to the edge of the counter. But the impossible weight of a single glass cup was too much for me. And the worst part was Valiant was watching the entire time. His smirk killed me on the inside, but I still pushed with everything I had. Even as the final seconds of the Rethen device ticked down, and then the clock stopped. Out of time. I think you're stuck at this size, he said, showing me the clock face. No time was left. My time was run out, and I was stuck at a centimeter tall. I felt tears fall from my eyes. All of my dreams of freedom, of being with Hush, of being a hero, they all died with the Rethen device. So now I guess I should go get Agamemnon. After my dinner. I think I earned it. Don't you? He said, flicking the glass I was confined in. The glass wobbled for the first time, and the simple noise echoed in my tiny prison as I clamped my hands over my ears, desperate to hold out the noise. He only chuckled from my pain, and he left the Rethen device, only a few centimeters away from the glass. No point in trying to keep it from me when it wouldn't serve a purpose, but keeping it so close to me would torture me, knowing I wasn't strong enough to stop him. I'm sorry, Hush, I whispered to myself as Valiant left. I stared at the Rethen device, hoping against hope I would see something new, or something would reveal itself. A few minutes after Valiant left, a miracle happened. The Rethen device began to tick again. I watched as the clock started to count up and not down. Something new was happening, and while I wasn't sure what it meant, yet I did have hope. There was a click at the door. I watched as the distant door opened, and I saw as someone I didn't recognize enter the apartment. Hush's friend. I could still get out of here. Now, with renewed hope, I got onto my feet and I jumped up and down, hoping to get his attention. Hush said his name was Charm In, so I called out his name as I jumped, trying to get his attention. He thankfully made his way over to me. At first, I thought it was because he saw me, but I found out later he saw the upside down glass, and he was curious. Still, I was glad he was here. When he saw me under the glass, he quickly picked it up as he whispered, "Birthstone, is that you?" he asked me as I ran over to the Rethen device. I climbed onto its face and watched as the seconds ticked up. "Get me out of here! It isn't safe!" I yelled, and he thankfully heard me as he picked up the device and carefully cupped it in his hands. Still, even though I knew it would be okay, I couldn't help but shudder when I was picked up. The way Hush carried me was so different from how Valiant carried me. And even though Charm In wasn't technically doing anything wrong, the way he carried me reminded me too much of Valiant. In Charm's car, I sat in the cup holder while sitting on the Rethen device. At first, Charm wanted to set me away from the Rethen device, but when he saw that I started screaming, he kept me with the device, and as he drove us to Fort Zipacna, I stared at the timer, ticking upwards. The individual seconds and minutes were the most fascinating things I ever saw in my life. I tried to think back to what the rabbit said about the Rethen device. What did she say would happen if the device wore out in time? Would I be able to fix what happened? I always figured if the timer ran out, I would be able to go back to my original size. I never thought I would be stuck at this size. Still, though, with a few minutes to process it, I realized how bad my situation was. Charm In could barely hear me, and only if I was loud and he was leaning in close. Hush was so much larger than me now. She wouldn't be able to see me, hear me, or even feel me. I could be standing on her finger, screaming for her attention, and she would never notice me. The distance between us was even more now than it was a few hours ago. I had hoped that I could use the Rethen device to be closer to her size, even if just for a short time, but at least back then she could see me and touch me. But now, tears fell from my eyes as I watched the timer reach 30 minutes. Instead of it stopping, though, it kept going. 31 minutes, then 32 minutes. The Rethen device never went above 30 minutes before. The face had time above 30 minutes, but I didn't think it was possible. I had a lot to learn about the Rethen device. Maybe there was a way to go back to my normal size, or even get to Hush's size. That flicker warmed my heart as I looked around my surroundings. Charm's cup holder was actually pretty nasty. I could see small sticky remnants of leftover food and dried drink. Dust was now much larger, looking more like pebbles to me, and it clung to everything. The plastic had so many tiny scratches that would be invisible to the human eye, but at my scale it was clear and offered hand and footholds if I wanted to climb up. Looking closely at the Rethen device, I noticed something odd. The device was perfectly smooth. The ridges on the buttons were clear. There was no dirt, no tarnish, no dust, not even oil or fingerprints. I knew the device was durable. However, I didn't think it was this durable, invulnerable to the point where not even my fingerprints are left on the device. Maybe the device's invulnerability could be useful to me. My thoughts wandered on that, trying to ignore the fact that Hush and I were now separated when we just finally started dating. When we made it to Fort Zipacna, Charm was nice enough to describe what was happening for me, since I couldn't even reach the top of the cup holder to see beyond his cup holder. All I could see was the gray ceiling of his car. The guards asked him his business, and he told them Hush was expecting him, which thankfully worked. and he drove into the fort across the drawbridge. He then parked the car and picked up the device with me still on top of it. He kept his hand, thankfully, fairly still, and even as we passed by other members of the vanguard, no one gave him a second look nor bothered to notice me on the device. Being only a centimeter tall meant I was quite easy to miss and much easier to ignore. Maybe this would be helpful if I was going to spy on someone, but my thoughts were interrupted when we made it to Hush's hangar. Charmin waved Hush over. At a distance, I could mostly see her, but as she got closer and closer, she got harder and harder to comprehend. She got on her knees to whisper to Charmin, and I could see the vague shape and color of her face. The details of what she looked like was beyond my ability to see. I could focus on a few small parts of her, such as how deep her eyes looked now, no longer deep pools, but endless ocean. Her smile went from dazzling to terrifying, and the quiet power she possessed before became incomprehensible to me now. My girlfriend was now a lot closer to a cosmic horror than the girl next door at this scale. And yet, my heart still beats like a flaggerdoot of jackalopes just being near her. I stared up at her while Charm-In and Hush tried to talk. "Where's Birthstone?" Hush asked with worry in her voice. Her voice echoed around me like I was in a concert hall, and I wanted to tell her that I was okay, that I was here right now, but I couldn't. The pain of the one you love is so close and yet so unreachable. I could perceive her, but she couldn't perceive me. I didn't know my heart could ache so much, even though I was so close. Birthstone is right here in my hand. Something happened with Violent Valiant, and now she's stuck at her minimum size, but she's hoping to let some time pass and see if she can use her size-changing device to change her own size. Charm explained, and I yelled up at him. "Tell her it was Violent Valiant's doing, and we should prepare for an attack within a few days." I yelled up to him, and his face turned pale as he spoke up to Hush. "You can't hear her because she's so small, but she said it was Violent Valiant's fault, and there's going to be an attack in a few days, so we should prepare," he told Hush, and her face became concerned. "Birthstone, I'm so very sorry. If I knew this was going to happen, I wouldn't have let you go there alone. We will find a way to get you back to normal," she said, and I whispered to myself, "No rush." Whether or not I was being sarcastic to myself, I honestly couldn't answer. I did have hope with the Rethan device still ticking, so Charm, Hush, and I began to plan against the future attack. Agamemnon's Academy for Accelerated Apprenticeship didn't let assets go easily. They were willing to fight for them. However, they also believed in a measured and never rushed response, and that was our best bet. Sure, they weren't going to attack today because they knew we would expect them to, so most likely they would give us a few days to get lulled into a false sense of security before they finally decided to attack. They would have the advantage of preparation, and so would we. They would know by the time Violent Valiant got home that I was no longer there, and neither was the Rethan device. So while they wouldn't know where I was for sure, they would attack Hush believing that she would have information. Though at this time, they didn't know anything about any weaknesses of hers. And to the best of my knowledge, there wasn't a single person in the entire academy who could even get close to Hush's level of power. The key phrase being single person. If you started considering teams of people, then I could figure out who was most likely going to be sent. Teams were usually composed of 3 people, chosen for maximum adaptability and tactile strength by working together. If you simply took the three strongest or the three smartest people, they were actually more likely to clash with each other than with their enemies. So personalities counted even more than ability, considering everything Violent Valiant was going to be their heavy hitter. He was the most familiar with both the area and with the person of interest, me. His formulas would give him a wide range of abilities, so he would potentially adapt to any situation. His intelligence, however, meant that he would barely be able to think tactically about the one he was fighting. So his inability to think strategically or improvise would have to be compensated for by someone who could think strategically, but also think quickly enough to communicate it in terms that Valiant could process effectively. There was only one personality I knew about who could fit that requirement so well: the Silver Trickster, an exime who had their ability to process information several times faster than most neurotypical people. Their strength and other physical abilities were slightly better than a typicam. However, it was their mind where they thrived. They were able to solve complicated problems quicker than most, and they showed a great talent for thinking on their feet. However, even though their mind was faster than most, they weren't smarter than most, even though it looked that way to most. To clarify, they retained information as well as anyone else, and they were really bad at planning things out. Seriously, planning a birthday party with them was like trying to pull teeth, since they couldn't figure out what time worked out best for everyone. This definitely showed during tests because even though the Silver Trickster always finished first, they usually got only an average score. I would consistently score much higher, even if I was slower. Not to mention the fact that they thought so fast oftentimes meant that they second guessed themselves, or worse, outsmarted themselves into doing something stupid because they went 5 layers deep on a 2-layer problem. And then there was the final member of the team, someone whose personality was compatible with everyone else, but who would need to have a power that would compensate for the Silver Trickster. Quite possibly the most powerful exime in the Academy. Not necessarily the strongest, not necessarily the flashiest, but definitely one of the greatest abilities I had seen in the Academy. Phoenix Fire. Her whole story was a mystery. However, from what I knew, she was centuries old, if not millennia old. Every time the end of her life approached, she would immolate herself, and from her ashes she would be reborn as an infant. And then she would be raised by her own cult of worshippers that she had built across the centuries. Her powers were in her control of pyrokinesis and fire generation. I had seen her create pillars of fire that reached nearly 30 meters high and 5 meters across. I had seen her create flames hot enough to burn steel, and she was both fireproof and heatproof, for as long as she was able to focus on being immune to it. Her ability to think strategically and even tactically was quite advanced, and combined with her control over flames, she was practically unstoppable. The only weakness I could really think of was she could focus on making her flames hot, or she could focus on making them big. She couldn't do both. So while the pillars of fire were quite massive, they only burned at 525 degrees Celsius, which still burned pretty hot, but it wasn't enough to burn steel, such as her small white hot flames, or the fires she was rumored to create that were so hot that it was invisible to the human eye, much like a hydrogen fire. If there was anyone in the academy powerful enough to hurt Hush, it was going to be Phoenix Fire. So I shared this information with Charm, who shared it with Hush. Before we knew it, Hush became a part of the Vanguard, and he was the brand new liaison between Hush, the Vanguard, and I. What my new role was, I don't know. But they were still auto depositing checks into my bank account for the same amount, so I didn't mind that much. Still, even as the first few days passed, I finally had an idea. I asked Charm to bring me close to Hush, and I adjusted the Rethen device. It was a struggle to move the buttons, but with my new size set for 152 centimeters, I pressed the button to change my size, and sure enough, the tingling returned. I was now tall enough Hush could see me. I grabbed the now small Rethen device and pocketed it. Still, though, I was aware of the fact that the Rethen device was now counting down rather than up. I had 3 days worth of time on the device before I grew to my normal size. However, it was now reading that I only had 36 minutes at this size. So I was intending on using it correctly with Hush. Tears in her eyes, she gently wrapped her fingers around me and lifted me up to her chest for me to be held close to her heart. And we stayed that way for a few minutes before we finally spoke about what was unspoken. Do you think it's permanent? Hush asked me, and I shrugged. I I don't know. It feels permanent. Even now my time is counting down, and only at a centimeter tall does my time increase. And I don't know why, but it seems the bigger I make myself, the more time I have to spend at a centimeter tall. I looked up into her tearful eyes, looking down at me, and I gently tapped her chin. 3 whole days at a centimeter tall, and I only get 36 minutes with you, beautiful. But if I can tell you a secret? I asked, and she nodded, her voice gone for the moment. Every second I spend with you is worth so much more to me than all of the years in Agamemnon's. Thank you for saving me. I reached up as high as I could, and I left a kiss on her upper lip. When I relaxed down, she squeezed me a bit against her chest. Enough to force my muscles to relax, but not enough to hurt me or even worry me. I made a promise, and I will keep it. We will find a way to fix your problem and help you get back to normal size, permanently. While I love what the Rethen device does for you, I don't like what it did to you. She gently stroked my cheek with her finger, and I leaned into her fingers with my eyes closed. I hadn't been treated so gently in all of my life, and I never would have believed it was possible. To know that I cannot see your beautiful face, to know that you can be so close to me and I can't see you, it's heartbreaking, Amarali. You deserve so much better than what happened. While it is lovely to hold you like this, parting is such sweet sorrow, she said, just as the fire alarm began to blare. I could hear the vanguard yelling about a fire heading towards Fort Zipacna. As much as I wanted to stay here with Hush and wear down all the time that I had left with her, I knew that we had a greater responsibility, and by us winning, we would have more time in the future. But still, it was such sweet sorrow. That I shall say good night till it be morrow, I told Hush, who left a kiss on my cheek as I slid down and ran towards Charm, just outside the room. Hush was already making her way out to the doors. When I was in front of Charm, I shrank back down to 1 centimeter, and I asked him to take me to the security room. If I wasn't able to fight, I was going to offer the best advice I could. Thankfully, the Rethen device shrank with me this time. The security room was built in a hidden section of Fort Zipacna, a safe room a lot of people tended to call the panic room. In it was just me and Charm. In as I watched Hush on the cameras, I spoke to Charm in, who spoke to Hush on the radio. She had an earpiece in her ear, and sadly, we were still waiting on making a workable radio for my size. In the camera, I could see Hush on the other side of the river and facing Phoenix Fighter. Phoenix Fire wore a modified firefighter's uniform, but instead of the symbol of the Vanguard in a circle, it was a flaming phoenix inside a cartouche. Cartouches were the symbol, most often, used by villains. Around Phoenix's body, there was a dimly humanoid shape made out of flames. It was dull-colored, but it also stood 20 meters tall, just a bit shorter than Hush. I could see over the camera that Hush was already sweating, even though she wasn't near the flames. She needs to be careful. The flames can get hotter, but they need to get smaller. If she can take Phoenix out, then the fight is over. But she also needs to watch out for the other two. The Silver Trickster is probably far from the fight, but still in a place where he can offer advice. And Violent Valiant will be looking for a fight. I told Hush, through Charmin. I could see her subtly nod on the screen, and as Phoenix Fire approached Hush, I saw her prepare to run. As she braced her feet and ran towards Phoenix as fast as she could. She only took a single step before she rose into the air, her feet no longer touching the ground and seemingly pulled up by a mysterious force. Violent Valiant. I didn't realize his telekinesis grew this strong. We need to find him, I told Charm, as Hush struggled in the air to find purchase. Unable to find any, I winced as the flaming construct lowered its hot hand towards Hush's face, and I saw Hush's struggle not to scream as the flames burned her face. Hush was durable in a lot of ways with her increased size. Bullets and blades didn't have much of an effect against skin that was nearly half a meter thick. However, skin burns at the same temperature, and even if it takes a long time to get anything vital, didn't make it a downside. It just meant that she could be tortured longer before she passed out or died. And torturing her was probably allowed, at least somewhat. Still, there had to be something I could do. Check the other cameras, I yelled up at Charm. What are we looking for? He asked, toggling through the many cameras as quickly as he could, as I did my best to analyze them in just a fraction of a second, thin slicing information and trying to find out where both Silver Trickster and Violent Valiant were. If Valiant was lifting up Hush with his telekinesis, then he had to have her in easy view. He couldn't use telekinesis on things he couldn't see. Even glass would act as interference, so he wasn't inside of a building. And with a stronger ability meant a stronger chem. Stronger chems lasted less time, so he would have to be taking it nearly non-stop to keep this going. He was the most vulnerable one right now, and the one we would need to take out if we wanted Hush to have a chance against Phoenix Fire. We're looking for a man who is dousing himself and staring intensely at Hush while it is happening. And that will be Violent Valiant. We scrolled through, and I had him stop at the camera just outside the drawbridge on the other side of the river. Sitting just off the footpath hidden from street view, but with an easy view of Hush, sat Violent Valiant in a modified chair with 4 IV lines dripping into him. The silver trickster was completely covered and their form unknown to most. They were capable of talking, but rarely did it unless absolutely necessary. Something to do with their high thought processing speed? The IV drips were of greater concern to me. If Violent Valiant had graduated from drinking the chem into injecting it, then he was looking for a much stronger dose. And the IVs were likely mixed with some saline to keep him from dehydrating himself, since the formula for giving himself telekinesis was saltier than drinking brine. Now we knew where they were, but what could we do? Charm was athletic from being a dancer, but he was not going to overpower two different Exime. But I did see that they were near a speaker, and I had another idea. Charm, access the intercoms and startle them. We need to get Valiant to break his focus. I told Charm, who nodded and pressed the intercom button before he spoke. Attention, shoppers. Would the Silver Valiant and the Violent Trickster please get off our lawn? He said, and for a brief moment Valiant looked up at the PA speaker, and that moment caused Hush to crash back on the ground. And in that moment, she had no hesitation as she kicked the figure within the flaming construct and kicked them straight into a building through the plate glass. Did Hush just kill that woman? Charm asked with the speaker still on, and I yelled at him to kill the speaker. Thankfully, he did, as I explained. Phoenix Fire is famously immortal. She's fine. She was willing to kill Hush, and she was just defending herself. Now, we just have to deal with Violent Valiant and the Silver Trickster. That'll be easier, I assured him and myself, only for Charm to quip. The guy who was just lifting her entire body with his mind. Yeah, that'll be an easy fight, he said sarcastically. I said it would be easier, not that it would be easy, I reminded him as I watched Valiant refocus his efforts on Hush. But she was ready this time. As she started to float up, she kicked a car towards him, and he focused his telekinesis on stopping the car from hitting him, which stopped him from focusing on her as she ran towards him at full speed. I wasn't a fan of property damage, but sometimes it would have to happen for Hush to survive. And I would rather deal with insurance companies than deal with arranging Hush's funeral. Hush has got this. She got this, I told myself as she ran forward, preparing to kick both Violent Valiant and the Silver Trickster. In that moment, I saw how much rage Hush had contained within herself. She was angry at Valiant. The anger wasn't personal, but she was angry on my behalf. After everything he did to me, she was fully willing to kill, to protect me, and to keep it from ever happening again. Before Hush had time to strike her killing blow, Valiant raised both of his hands in a striking motion, and she went flying into the building across the way. Her head cracked against the plate glass, causing it to shatter, as her head slammed against the concrete floors, and she wobbled in the street, barely able to stand. She was clearly hit hard by that attack, a lot harder than I was expecting. What's happening? I watched her tear through a building with her bare arms. Why did that hurt her? Charm asked me, and I shook my head as I explained. Her brain. Her brain? What do you mean? The brain's durability only scales up so much. It's extremely easy to get brain damage because the brain can rattle inside the skull, even if the skin and skull is untouched. Even at superhuman levels of durability, the brain can handle only so much punishment before it gets damaged. She was just slammed into a building with her entire body weight behind it. Quite frankly, the fact she is still awake is a testament to how durable it is. We have to help her. How are we going to help her? We'll get killed out there, Charm said, and I glanced down at the Rethan device in my hand. The time had continued to tick up since I came to a centimeter tall, but it wasn't nearly as high as it was when I first grew to spend time with Hush. I'm so sorry, Hush, I whispered as I quickly adjusted my size to 5 feet tall. Keep an eye on the cameras, and when the fight is over, inform the marshal. What are you going to do? Charm asked me as he watched both Valiant and Silver Trickster approach Hush, who was still wobbling and no longer focused on the fight anymore, likely forgetting even where she was. I'm going to end this fight, one way or the other, I told Charm as I quickly left the safe room and I made my way to the drawbridge. I would be taking a lot of risks here, risks that both my training and my instincts were screaming at me not to take. Risks I was going to take to keep Hush safe. In that moment, I felt probably what Hush felt when she was attacking Violent Valiant and Silver Trickster. I was still processing what happened with Valiant and I. I knew that I was hurt, but in that moment, I felt a lot more hurt by watching Hush get hurt. It's odd how pain works that way sometimes. You can put up with so much happening to yourself that you just get numb to it. But then you see someone you care about, someone you love, get hurt less than you got hurt, and something in you just snaps, and you decide that you don't want to see them in any pain. So I would push the Rethan device and myself to the limit, if not beyond. Now outside, I could see both of them approach Hush cautiously, still afraid that she would lash out or even step on them. However, she was still unaware enough that she was still wobbling. I had to be very quick so that Silver Trickster couldn't come up with a weakness, and so Violent Valiant couldn't use his telekinesis on me. I set my Rethan device for maximum size and I did some quick calculations. I would have 2, maybe 3 minutes at my maximum size of 18.28 meters, or 12 times my normal height. My new size set, I pressed the button for my adjustment as I ran towards them. In that moment, I could feel the power fill my body as I leapt across the river, and I stamped down hard, knocking down both of them. I knew Valiant was confused, so I quickly scooped them both up in my hands, careful not to let any light in. If Violent Valiant couldn't see me, he couldn't use telekinesis on me. My fingers tightened against both of them as I felt their bones underneath my fingers. It would be so easy to kill them both, and then I could just wash my hands of them, both literally and metaphorically. They attacked me, and they weren't shy about killing Hush to get to me. And they weren't shy about killing me to get to Hush. I could kill them so easily, and I don't even think I would feel guilty about it. I was so full of anger that it felt like it was going to spill over. But something stopped my hand. Violence for violence was the rule of beasts, the law of Agamemnon's academy. They would sacrifice me and kill as many people as it would take to hurt someone else. It was one thing to kill someone in a fight because they were trying to hurt you, but it was something else to execute them. I was a villain for a long time, not caring about the people I hurt to get what I wanted or to do my job. It was just me following orders, or at least it was what I told myself. But now, with no orders, I held life in my hands. All I had to do was squeeze it a little bit, and I would end it. I looked at Hush still swaying there, and I knew deep in my heart what I was going to choose. I wanted to stop being a villain, and that wasn't as simple as changing the shape of my sigil and where I got my paycheck. Being a villain was a lot like being a sword. You pointed yourself where you wanted to hurt others and you cut them. Being a hero was a lot like being a shield. You were protecting others, even if it meant that you were going to get hit and pushed against by the people you were protecting. That was a lot harder to let yourself get hurt protecting others than it is to hurt others to protect yourself. But it was a choice that Hush chose. And now I was trying to be a hero. I was going to choose the harder path. I whispered to my hands, "If you return here, you or the Academy, I will personally crush you all. I know all of the Academy's secrets and I will use them all to protect us. You have one chance. Stop this and we won't interfere. You won't get another chance." I finished whispering as I pulled back my arm and flung them forward across the street. They were both Eximi and they would survive. Still, being flung so hard and so far would still be a nasty scrape and a nastier reminder of both the power we possess and what we could do if they wanted to hurt us. "Come on, Hush, let's go back in," I said, guiding her gently but quickly as I glanced at the Rethan device. 2 minutes left. I would need a lot of medical help to help my concussed giant girlfriend. Hours later, in an undisclosed location, Phoenix Fire, Violent Valiant, and Silver Trickster were recovering on some hospital beds while physicians and nurses tended to their wounds. Agamemnon watched over them while he evaluated the fight. And the message from Birthstone. She was one of the best students for years, and he knew she would keep her word. It was her way and her weakness. Still, the way they wrecked one of his strongest teams wasn't a good sign. They would have to switch to passive observation of both Hush and Birthstone, these coastal guardians. But if new heroes were rising that were stronger than his best, then with the new classes he would have to push them even farther and have them be even stronger. Whether or not anyone else knew it, Agamemnon was now in the running for a super-powered arms race, and he was intending to win.